guess Tuco started the stream with a meow. I'm just checking stuff out. Oh gosh, harder than usual to get the stream started. Sorry things are happening a bit late today. Looks like we are going on YouTube and Twitch. And we are live on Diode Zone. So yeah, we are back online on our usual 3 places. So we're streaming on the Scanlime-in-progress channel on YouTube, as well as the Scanlime channel on Twitch, twitch.tv/scanlime. And then you can get the video directly from here at live.diode.zone/scanlime. Oh my gosh, Tuco is getting into everything right now. I thought things were going to be alright, but then, yeah, Tuco decided to get pretty hard this morning, and I had a bunch of unexpected computer updates, so that was most of the delay, sorry. Not that I need to make excuses, I guess. Anyway, I was going to mostly focus on doing some winch bot repair on this stream. For folks who don't know, I've got this flying camera system that helps us keep an eye on my cat here, Tuco, during the stream. So that's the camera in the bottom right corner. It's currently, the gimbal's turned off, which is why it's got this strange view. And it runs on these 4 winches that are these kind of self-contained, like one-dimensional robots that we built over the course of a while on this show. And so we've got 4 of those, 1 in each corner of the room, and one of them is out of service right now. So the camera is still in the air, but you can't run the normal control software, and it can't really reach more than like half the room right now. Maybe Tuco just wanted attention. He seems fine with this. Anyway, I'm a bit frazzled because I was like trying to get a billion things working before this stream and didn't leave myself quite enough time, and I guess Tuco was a little frazzled too on account of that. Anyway, he seems fine. I don't need to turn on this. This microphone sounds better, I think, but this microphone is better if I'm gonna walk around. So, I don't know. I'm gonna stick with this for a sec. Okay, so yeah, I'm back. It's been a while. Let me see if I can get at least some kind of cat camera going here. Oops. So, the gimbal on this camera does not always want to start up by itself. It kind of tries to move the camera in a direction that causes the lens to sort of jam against one of the motors. So that's something I could fix in software by programming it to move around that kind of stuck area, but for the moment I've just been having to kind of poke at it manually. The camera's way over there right now. I think I can actually just drive it over here in manual mode. Gosh, it's been a while since I've driven this thing in manual. How do I use this thing that I designed? How is everyone? I know that's kind of an awful question because things are kind of like all over the place, and we're living in some pretty strange times. There we go. Oh yeah, that's good. It's a good point from Andrew that the delay maybe is helpful for folks. Although I don't really run like a pre-show thing. A lot of streams, you know, they'll run like a thing you can tune into that's just like some looping graphics or something. And I thought about doing that. It seems like it would be annoying for the archives because then you'd have to, because like shows that do that, you end up having to link people to like, here's where the show actually starts in the archives, which is a little annoying. So I don't know. My compromise here is just have a bunch of fluff at the beginning where I just talk about random stuff and get my shit together. Oh gosh. Yeah, this is really hard to drive with only 3 winches. The controls are kind of weird too. So the the system I gave myself is that there are some buttons here that switch the mode of the robot. So there's, in this case, one that halts it always, the red button, which is just a handy reset to have. So I'm always like tapping the red button if I don't know what's going on to put it in a known state. But then from that known state, you can use the yellow button to cycle through manual control of all the winches, which isn't normally how you'd run this, but that's just a feature because sometimes you need that. And so I have to remember what order the winches are in, and then hit the right one. 1, 2, 3, and then down. Yeah, I don't know. This is not very fun. It's like we should fix the camera. This is why we have 4 winches. Anyway, now I can reach the camera. Oh, and hey to everyone in chat. I know I've been kind of a hermit lately. Yeah. Gosh, so many people. Tino, Teshipu, Skyline, CRC1337, Ali, Evil Scientress. Hey everybody. And then everybody on this chat. Yeah. Hey Piotr. Yeah, long time no see. It seems like you've probably been really busy with assembling stuff lately for your Kickstarter or your crowd supply project. Gosh, well, Tuco's on that other desk now. Oh, that's right. I can't run this thing in. I can't push the automatic mode button, which is what I'm used to. I can run this thing manually. Oh, good. Tuco's sitting on that package. So yeah, I actually did have a bit of an agenda here that maybe I should bring up. Yeah, so I guess a bunch of stuff happened kind of like right around the time that I stopped, or that I, like after the last stream. Because I didn't intend to take like a long break from streaming. It's probably a good thing that it worked out that way because I think I really needed a break from streaming. But yeah, it wasn't entirely intentional. Like I think the main thing that happened that kind of threw everything into upheaval was that I had a roommate here in my shop, and that roommate was moving out, and that was kind of a big thing to deal with. It was just like a lot of movement and a lot of mess and everything else, and more than my usual amount of mess. But that's all taken care of. They're all moved out. We're friends, and like they still live close by, so it's like not like I lost a friend, but it's like I have more space and more share of the rent, unfortunately. But at least it's been nice to kind of regain my previous amount of freedom for just like using the space and streaming whenever. And that was one of the reasons why I wouldn't stream on weekends very much, is that they were usually around, and I think part of it was difficult to like not have background noise and stuff, and part of it was that I really wanted to respect their privacy, because my roommate didn't really like being on the internet or having like their photo online, or being live streamed or any of that, which is understandable. It's certainly not for everybody, and so I was just trying to respect that as much as possible. But yeah, now I don't have that constraint, and so it just took a while to kind of rearrange everything. There's still like a bunch of mess here, but I think a lot of it's better. Like, so this shop I'm in, can I give you the big view again? Is this real? Yeah, okay. This camera that you're viewing is kind of laggy, so it's not especially satisfying when you're viewing it synchronized with this webcam. But yeah, so previously this was an even bigger mess. I think what you're seeing right now is mostly just a bunch of unorganized stuff that I need to figure out like how to sort the rest of this, but it's not too bad. It mostly just hasn't been a priority right now. But yeah, previously I had a roommate who had like a bunch of desk stuff set up here, and we were sharing the upstairs space. So then there's like an upstairs, which is where I live, and it's not that big, but it's, like I think more space than I need for my own just like bed and like personal desk and stuff. So when I had a roommate, most of the space upstairs was theirs, which was like nice in some ways, but um, yeah, like now that they moved out, I can just use that for some more just like storage space. So basically all the organized stuff that has a good place, that's all upstairs in shelving now, and the mess is down here, unfortunately. So I'm working on it. Um, Tuco seems to be doing all right though. He, gosh, he occasionally just gets in a very demanding mood where he absolutely needs me to pay attention to him. But for the most part, we stay in sync pretty well, and he's a super sweet guy. Oh gosh, what else happened like right around there? Well, so I just had a bunch of like personal stuff to deal with at around the same time also. So yeah, I mean the roommate moving out thing was pretty big, both because we're pretty close and also because yeah, it was just like a lot of movement, and it kind of took them a while to move all their stuff out. Like, it's funny because like when we started living together, I didn't think of them as somebody who had a bunch of stuff, but then of course the stuff kind of magnifies, and there was some stuff that was like kind of especially big and unwieldy too, like a giant freezer, stuff like that. Um, but yeah, all that's taken care of now. They've got their own place. They gave away the freezer, and yeah, it's like this is the place for Tuco and me, and that's the place for all that stuff. It's nice to have a little bit of separation now. Um, yeah, let's see. I guess had some like medical stuff to deal with too. Needed to like switch my hormones and antidepressants around, but I think I'm on something that works pretty well now. Um, I ended up needing an MRI, which I guess I mentioned on Twitter. I was having some boob soreness, and that's kind of a long story. But yeah, I don't know how much of that I want to go into right now because it is kind of like complicated. But I think I will need some surgery for that at some point. But um, I'm on like a really long waiting list right now, so I don't actually know when it's going to be. So yeah, trying to see if I can see a different doctor that's still on my insurance, but the one that I already talked to put me on their schedule for I think summer of 2021, which is a ways from now. So yeah, it's not too bad though. It's been kind of expensive, unfortunately, because my insurance sucks, but it's been I'll be all right. It's been all right. Oh gosh, some family drama too. I don't know. I don't get along with my family. I think some of you might know that, but occasionally I try to communicate with them. I think I've decided recently that that was a bad idea and that I really just shouldn't try anymore. But yeah, I had another sort of burst of attempted communication related to my younger brother getting married. And yeah, that just turned into quite a huge mess. I get along with my brother even worse than I do with my parents, and he's even more conservative and even more like religious evangelical than my parents. And the last time he almost got married, he didn't quite get married, but he was going to get married to someone that was like really scary to me, to the point where I was like worried about physical violence, and like almost brought pepper spray to their engagement party. It was like pretty bad. And then, my brother eventually finds out that like, oh, actually that person and her whole family was like pretty bad news and got exploited by them a bunch, and then finally had to get out of that situation. So I wasn't feeling super inspired by my brother's choice in humans to be around. I was willing to give this new person the benefit of the doubt since they did actually go through with the wedding, but yeah, so they invited me to the wedding. I didn't go, and I'm feeling pretty happy with that decision now that I've actually gotten a chance to talk to the people involved. Seems like if I went, that would have just been really bad. Right? Jared's like, I thought American healthcare didn't make you wait. Yeah, it really depends. There are a lot of different kinds of American healthcare, right? I used to have really good health insurance back when I was in like a Silicon Valley job full time. And yeah, it's the thing. Like, people tell you like you don't know how good the health insurance is until you don't have it, and that's totally true. Like, um, really took for granted just being able to see a doctor and get medication and not have to pay huge amounts and wait huge amounts of time for it. Um, and then like the low point of my health insurance experience here was just not even being able to get health insurance for a long time. Um, this was after I quit the last full-time job that would have given me insurance. So I was doing like freelance work at the time, and this was before Covered California and before Obamacare. Um, so I just had to buy health insurance myself, and they can just deny you and make up a reason, and they don't really have to have a good rationale. They can just kind of say what they want, and they don't even have to tell you at first. Like, it's a separate process to figure out why they denied you after they deny you. So I went through that 3 times, and after they denied me the third time, I just gave up on having health insurance for a while, which kind of sucked. So yeah, insurance is actually one of those things that I kind of wish my family would have some more empathy around. Because like actually I just like spammed everyone in my immediate family with a link related to, I think it was like the protecttranshealthcare.org petition, which explains like, hey, actually the Trump administration has been like really hostile to queer folks and Latinos and immigrants and like pretty much everyone they can be. But like specifically a lot of trans folks are worried about their health insurance and their ID documents. And this was just like kind of a simple way to show support. And so like I sent that to my family, and my mom kind of surprisingly was like, oh, that's cool, I'll sign it, that seems useful. I wasn't really expecting anything of her. Don't hear anything from my dad. And then my brother and his wife are both just, of course, the worst. Like, my brother is like, oh, I guess we'll have to get a second opinion. and then she's like complaining that the atheists support it. Like, oh, can't back anything that's supported by anybody who doesn't believe in, the giant spaghetti god or whatever. Yeah, it's pretty weird. Yeah, Tuco is just staying in frame much better than I expected. I guess I don't have to give him the giant frame. I could actually talk on camera slightly. Gosh. So yeah, there's been just some like overwhelming personal stuff with like roommate and family and medical, but I think that's kind of settled down at this point. I feel like I've been feeling a lot better. It's been, I mean, honestly, I think the reason I let this gap between streams drag out as long as I did is that I was really enjoying having some space from the, like, kind of fan-based pressure, which isn't to say I don't love all of you. It's great being able to have this, this like virtual hacker space where we can hang out. I think it also just really has always felt kind of in opposition to the other work that I do. Like, I find it really hard to concentrate on like kind of medium or long-term projects when I do the streams too frequently. So it was kind of nice to have a bit of a break from that. It's like I need to find some kind of medium there. And I think I just personally have a real problem with I just I just have a problem with people, I guess, mostly. Like, I find it really difficult to be around people, which is part of why I try to find things that I can do that seem useful, that don't involve a lot of like one-on-one human interaction. Like, that's always been the case. But yeah, I find it pretty difficult when like individual fans get really intense, and even when they're not that intense, but just when I get overwhelmed by it. Like, I've had just like meltdowns in the past because someone who knows me, who I don't know, just noticed me in public and wanted to say hi. Like, they weren't trying to be creepy or anything, but just those facts alone caused me to just overload right there. And I feel like when people just like send me like huge novels of stuff like all the time, like I just don't know what to do with that sometimes, and it makes me feel a bit overwhelmed. Um, So yeah, I'm gonna try not to let that get me down, but that's kind of been the state of it, is that if you've sent me something and you haven't heard about it, like, it probably just means that I'm overwhelmed. It doesn't mean that I hate you or anything. It just means that I have a really hard time, like, accepting volumes of input from humanity, basically. Uh, yeah. Let's see. You might notice probably the loudest thing that you can hear as far as background noise is actually the server diode zone, or the server that diode zone runs on. It used to be a lot noisier, and then it was quieter before that. The reason it got noisier the first time is I had that running on a machine that I built specifically to be as quiet as possible. It's one of these cheap 4U rack mount cases made by Rosewill. So it's basically like consumer PC hardware, just like shaped like a rack mount machine. Just regular ATX power supply, 120 millimeter fans, which are nice and quiet. So I built this machine out of like consumer PC parts for Diode Zone. The upside is that it was very quiet, like the quietest and lowest power server in the whole shop. It's really nice. I think I was measuring it at like 75 or 80 watts, and which is like idling with just like full of disks. It has 10 disks in it, 8 spinning disks and 2 SSDs. Now it's got 3 SSDs. But yeah, so it's not the tiniest machine, and it seemed like that was pretty low power for what it was doing. But it was just worrying me that it was running on this consumer machine without any hot swappable parts. And then that kind of eventually bit when half of the disks failed all at once, when one of the disk controller cards had some kind of fault. I didn't even bother checking to see whether it was like a transient problem or not, so I should boot up the machine and see if it actually has working disk controllers, but I just figured that was the last straw for that machine, and I wanted to put it back in a real server chassis. So I actually had this 2U Supermicro box just sitting around that I had bought a while ago cheap on eBay for completely different reasons. I'd actually bought it ages ago because I wanted a fast machine to run fuzzers on, and it was like very multi-core. It's got like 32 Opteron cores on 2 sockets. Yeah, so it's pretty fast, very loud. So I didn't end up using it that much. I would run a fuzzing job and like stash it in the closet, and just like it would still be too loud even running it in the closet. So, gosh, yeah, I just like set that machine aside for a while. But then when I was setting up my new NAS, so I also have a bunch of internal storage here that I use for video production, and I actually have an even bigger server, like a 4U 24-disk Supermicro server here for that. And while I was working on that server, it was helpful to have like an auxiliary machine that I could use to test out and debug packs of disks while I wasn't necessarily bringing down the main server. So it was worth it to me to just take the 2U box that I had gotten cheap a while ago and fix it up. One of the reasons it was cheap is it had a bunch of broken disk bays. So I had to replace the backplane and a cable and a disk controller card in that machine. But I think all that stuff together on eBay was like only another like $120 or something. So yeah, I think the whole server together was like maybe $400 or something, which is not too bad, I guess, for what I'm getting. Like they are probably like $1,500 or something new. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. The other replacement part I had to get though, so it's still super loud, or it was. Luckily there are these, so most of the loudness comes from the power supply fans, because it has these 2 identical tiny like 1U height power supplies that are hot swappable. So you can have 2 redundant sources of power. You can hot swap both of them. It's super nice, but they have these tiny super loud fans. Luckily, Supermicro makes an alternative version of those power supplies, which is compatible. They're just drop-in replacements. They're a bit more expensive, but they are much higher efficiency, and they use nicer fans, and so they're way quieter. So I've got 2 of those in there, and I just set the fan speed for the rest of the system as slow as I could in the BIOS, and that's what you're hearing now. I don't think it's idling right now, though. I think it's actually maybe transcoding. I don't know for sure though. I could check Grafana. But yeah, diode zone's been all right. So I kind of had this maintenance thing that started because I had the disk controller fail. I replaced the machine, replaced the power supplies, added another cache disk. I ended up with a longer downtime for that replacement than I thought I was going to have because, oh, Tuco is joining me over here and it's super cute. Eat. Wrong way. Okay, that's as close as I feel like getting it under manual control. Manual mode with 3 of 4 winches is really annoying to drive, as I mentioned. Gosh, yeah, the thing where I'm trying to run a little tiny server farm and a little tiny recording studio in the same concrete box is pretty infuriating. It's been quite a balance to try to find the quietest hardware that I can for the price. But yeah, there's a lot going on here actually. Like, so I have two computers in the closet, which is somewhat sound isolated from here. But I can't put that much in the closet because there's not much ventilation, and if I put any of these rack mount machines in the closet, then it gets too warm in there. So yeah, I've got these 2 racks, which, I mean, you can see one of them in the corner next to Tuco. That tall one has mostly video production equipment. So its main deal is the NAS and 2 desktop computers, which are in rack mount cases. The NAS is just like all my own storage, so it's like backups for all my workstation computers here, and it's all the video that I haven't edited yet, and all the finished stuff that I have edited, and lots of backups. And then I've got my editing machine, which is a Windows box, which doesn't have much local storage. It's mostly just connected to the NAS with 10 gig Ethernet. And then the machine that I do these streams from is another separate Windows box. And then this like tiny Mac that I also use for the streams. Chico's got those little like crusty eye boogers that show up in the corner of your eye. I compulsively like pick at scabs and stuff, so it's like really hard not to try to get the eye boogers out for him. I try to do it really gently though. He seems to like it though. There's a lick. I think that meant thanks. Yeah, so the big rack is video stuff. The little rack is network stuff. The 2U machine that runs diode zone. I've got a 1U machine, which I was a little worried about running a 1U. It's not that loud though, because you can run the fans pretty slow. It's a low power 1U that I run PF Sense on for like firewall stuff. And then a bunch of other random stuff like Raspberry Pis, and I've got an internal monitoring server that's actually running on this like fanless PC that I think is designed for like advertising and digital signage and stuff. But it runs really hot as a fanless PC, so I stuck a fan on it. And now it's pretty low power and quiet. Yeah, it's been nice to have some Linux boxes. Let's see, all my desktop machines here really are Windows and Mac right now, but I've got a bunch of Linux VMs and Linux servers, and like Raspberry Pis. Like, yeah, the web, like Diode Zone is Linux, the NAS is Linux, the monitoring server is Linux, all the Raspberries are Linux, of course. Firewall is FreeBSD. Oh, Thomas says they've heard rumors that building a PC isn't that cost effective. The most cost effective way to get a PC is to get one used, for sure. So like most of my PCs here are like used PCs that I bought and then modified. Ali is wondering how much my total monthly data usage is after I've set up Diode Zone. We can check. I don't bill. I don't have to pay for it by data, but we can check my graphing here. Yeah, this is a pretty good place to run servers because I pay a flat rate for my internet and my utilities are included in my rent. So I can use pretty much as much data and electricity as I want. Oh yeah, Ubuntu on a ThinkPad sounds nice. I totally wouldn't buy a Mac at this point. I only have a Mac laptop because it's been a real workhorse and I don't have any reason to stop using it before it breaks really. But yeah, I'd probably look at the ThinkPads if I were getting a new laptop. I know some people also run Linux on the Chromebooks pretty successfully, so I'd look into that. I'll move the mic, sorry. Yeah, data caps for gigabit fiber here would kind of suck. Yeah, data caps are not super commonly advertised for like landline internet here, but I mean, they're super common for mobile, but yeah, actually that was one of the reasons I ditched Comcast is that they had like a hidden data cap where they don't advertise that they have a data cap, they advertise that it's just internet access at a speed per month. But then if you use more than some amount of data, then they start throttling it. And not only do they throttle it, but then they start like injecting pop-ups into your HTTP connections. And that was the last straw for me. I was like, even if I like pay for the extra data, they couldn't even turn off the man in the middle thing that they had added to the connection. It was pretty bad. Gosh, it's been a while since I like opened all the web browsers and stuff over here, so some of them are like, update, update, update. All my login tokens have expired. I don't want to refresh Firefox, thanks. So, month you want? I'm going to need to add a total to this graph. Oh, I'm still not used to the mystery meat navigation in Grafana. They added it a while ago, I'm just still not used to it. There it is. Oh, this is a little confusing because this is where I switched the hardware. And so this is actually, these are actually two different Ethernet adapter names just because I had it running on a different motherboard. But this is a month, and this is full scale of 1 gigabit. This is only full scale of 100 megabits. And all of these big peaks are backups. Like none of those are actually video serve, as far as I can tell. Anyway, this is saying, oh, this is gigabits? Okay. So we have 1.7 gigabits plus 1.4 gigabits, and then 9 gigabits plus 8 gigabits. It's not very much. Like, yeah, like there's plenty of bandwidth here, but like Diode Zone doesn't actually need very much of it right now. Yeah, no, I mean I get the little refresh Firefox thing. It does seem useful if you did switch browsers, but I usually just get it when I'm like powering on a computer that I haven't used in a while. Oh yeah, and then Ollie says that the idea of PeerTube's WebTorrent for saving bandwidth is pretty fascinating. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. It still has certainly benefits and drawbacks, Like, it seems like in theory it should be really useful for saving bandwidth. It's kind of hard to tell how well it'll work in practice just because I don't think there are a lot of large PeerTube instances or a lot of popular PeerTube content yet. So it's kind of hard to tell if it's going to work. You can already kind of see some of the difference though, because there are already some videos that you can find on DiodeZone and other instances. I've been noticing this more on DiodeZone because I've been paying attention to the HLS performance there. So I'm getting a little ahead of myself. I did a bunch of software upgrades in addition to putting it on new hardware, and there's a new experimental feature in PeerTube. I forget how recently they added this, but I think it was either 1.3.1 or 1.3.0. They added an experimental feature to support HTTP live stream delivery of video, so HLS, which you might have heard of, which I think is great. I think HLS is so much better for what our actual use cases are right now. But the trade-off is, with the HLS, you don't really get the bandwidth sharing that WebTorrent theoretically would offer you. HLS is really optimized for quickly getting video data from an HTTP web server to a client. So you can make an HTTP request to get a master playlist that indicates like how long the video is and like which bytes of data go with which minutes of video. And then you can download just the files you need that are like little individual self-contained chunks of video. You can do that either with separate video files, or in this case, PeerTube goes kind of one step further and packages those separate chunks of video into another even larger MP4 file that you can download those individual pieces of. So it's a fragmented MP4 file. The cool thing about that is that now you have this one file that theoretically you can just play as an individual MP4 file or as pieces of an HLS playlist. So it gives you pretty good compatibility, and it gives you like really fast startup if you have the right environment for that. As far as I understand it, the one downside is that a lot of players don't support that fragmented container format directly. So if you don't have support for fragmented MP4 in the player, you either need support for HLS, where you're getting that playlist and then downloading the individual pieces of the fragmented MP4, or you need the original flavor non-fragmented MP4. So because of that, and because PeerTube is not actually fancy enough to do the remuxing on the fly, it actually needs to save both of those different formats. So it doesn't take a lot of CPU to generate the other format, but it does require saving them both on disk. So it effectively doubles the disk storage of your PeerTube instance to use HLS. So it's kind of annoying. I'd like a better solution. Maybe I'll try to write something or contribute some code toward a better solution later. But right now I'm using the code that's in the repository, plus one tiny bug fix that I ended up making, which I then discovered was already in the develop branch, made slightly differently. So I guess I'll just get to merge their version of that in later. But yeah, so we did this big conversion. That's what this little triangle is up here. And these backups were backing up the new files, which I might exclude those from the backups so that I can avoid paying for that, but for now it's in there. So yeah, the upshot is DiodeZone should start videos pretty quickly. One thing you might notice though is if you go to a video that is one of the more popular videos, it might have servers providing redundant seeds for that video. And I haven't looked at the code to confirm what's going on here, but I think there's some heuristic, probably in the client, that says that if it can find a sufficient number of WebTorrent seeds, then instead of using HLS, it'll use WebTorrent. So I think that's what's going on, which is not a bad option. The main downside is that it means that the popular videos actually load slower than the kind of long tail of videos. So, like here's something. How fast does this load? Oh, see, look, this has 3 peers, and it's actually kind of taking its time. Yeah, see, this is, I definitely have seen the player stall plenty of times, and I haven't actually debugged it myself. I don't know if this is going to be something that's already fixed in upstream or not. Certainly worth looking into. This size is null thing, I think it actually might be trying to set up the video before the player has been positioned in the DOM. Like it might be a DOM race condition. It's pretty weird though. Anyway, it's definitely... Oh! That's interesting. I didn't even know it would do that. So it's requesting the fragmented file from multiple hosts. See, I'm learning new things already. I didn't even know it could do that. Okay. So what about this video? This is getting the fragmented file also from multiple hosts, but that actually loaded pretty quickly until it didn't. Yeah, so not perfect. Would definitely appreciate some help debugging this stuff, but I suspect some of the PeerTube folks are working on it also. Where this change really shines, though, is on the really long videos. So, for example, I think this Robot Odyssey stream was one of those videos that just took so long to load because it's like a 13-hour file, whereas now, fingers crossed, it should load pretty quick. Okay, yeah, that loaded pretty much instantly, but one peer, and it's loading the fragmented file. Let's see if we can find an example where it's not using the fragmented file, just because I wanted to demonstrate what that's like. So the trending videos are probably more likely to show up on mirrors. This has 4 peers. Oh, see, and it looks like one of them is broken. It'd be nice if the client was a bit more aggressive at trying again when some of the peers are clearly way faster than others. Well, Tuke's enjoying his spot over here. Aw. Clive says I look different in live chat than my recorded videos. How? I mean, I record a lot of them like right here, but I mean, also time passes. My hair is probably longer now than in some of the videos. And they're also asking if I said mystery meat. Yeah, that, I don't know if people still use that term, but that was a really common term for website navigation, at least in the 90s, when you would go to a website and you just have a bunch of icons and you couldn't really tell what any of them meant. You were just kind of supposed to like try them and see what happens. Or, you know, if you're savvy on the internet, you kind of hover over the icons and try to decipher what the URL is trying to tell you it's doing. Yeah, see, this is annoying. It appears to basically just be hung. Sometimes the player unsticks if you just seek, but not so much here. It definitely seems like the server should be able to like validate that the seeds are actually okay before giving them out to clients. I don't think that currently happens. See, in this, gosh, PeerTube.social is really slow right now. 12 seconds. Sounds like Diode Zone is doing something. Looks like we're still transcoding something from earlier. Yeah, so like, it has not been idle this whole time, so it does actually get quieter than what you're hearing. That's good. Gosh, yeah, this kind of sucks. Oh, there we go. I reloaded the page and it worked. Yeah, see, I was worried about this, and it's frustrating that right now the current state of it is that the more sources of video you have, the less reliable it's going to be, probably. You know, the workaround right now is I can just turn off peer-to-peer entirely on the whole server, which honestly might make it faster. And that's the thing, like, if I were doing this, I probably would not have bothered with the whole WebTorrent thing. I probably would have just tried to make a nice ActivityPub HLS video content management system. But these guys wanted their WebTorrent thing because free speech or something. I don't know. It's like a good idea in practice, but I don't get the impression that a lot of the folks who built PeerTube are like video engineers. See, it starts very fast with one peer. This one isn't even on Diode Zone. This is on one of the few servers we're following right now. That's nice and fast. Oh, Ali was wondering about the 2 guest cats I had for a while. Yeah, that was like a whole long, complicated situation that didn't have an especially happy ending, unfortunately. I feel like, yeah, I'm still quite mad at the person who was supposed to be taking care of those cats. This trailer's pretty cool.
This is how the computer sees the human brain.
Yeah, I don't want to gank Emily's entire video, but you should check that out.
Hey, what's up? I'm Liz, this is Splitso DIY, and today we're gonna
See, that's the experience I like to have. You just click and the video starts. It often happens. It's just frustrating that it doesn't always.
I bought one of these STM32.
Yeah. Well, let me know what you think out there. If you use Diode Zone and you're annoyed by this also, I might just, let me know. I might just turn off peer-to-peer and see if that helps. I'm also pretty biased, though, because the server is like 10 feet that way, so I have a pretty fast connection. Maybe if you're accessing this from elsewhere in the world, the peers do actually give you a faster connection, so let me know. I do try to test this from VPN, not infrequently, so I feel like I've got some idea of how it performs from elsewhere in the world, but it's obviously not perfect. So that started pretty quickly with 2 peers. What are my peers? Link.systems again. I also wonder how much of this is just like the HLS feature not being very well tested at this point. Anyway, if you see it getting stuck like this, if you feel like debugging it and helping out, that would be awesome. If you don't and you just want it to start playing again, you can usually get it to start by seeking or reloading the page. But yeah, it's not the best for sure. This pretty little croissant over here. Yeah, we've got a very an extremely real human over here. Sorry, I was just noticing the obvious bot over in Twitch chat. Sorry about that. Gosh, well, so the main thing I wanted to get into here was winch repair. One little thing we might do that I was noticing, just getting this stream set up, is that one of the LEDs on my little switcher thing is out. It might just need a little bit of a touch with the soldering iron, so we might just try to do that pretty quick. Gosh, this is just so frustrating though. I think some of the bugginess might be related to the automatic resolution switching. I've certainly seen some automatic resolution switching weirdness using this over LTE. Like, it doesn't seem to do a great job at like accurately guessing the amount of bandwidth your current connection has. It's like, this is all pretty complicated stuff to get right, and I don't know how much effort has been put into this. Like, I keep meaning to dig deeper into the actual like, video components, like the source code for those. Anyway, I've got those transcodes. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab the camera, which I left over there for some reason. Gosh, I also still have this old art thing in my shop, which I know it's a silly object, but I haven't quite, I don't know, I haven't quite decided that I'm done photographing it. It's hard to really know if, I don't know, I'm getting ahead of myself again. There's a weird art thing here that's taking up a lot of space in my shop. It's a thing that I made for a show at a museum a while ago, but I never really liked it. I was always super disappointed by it. And so at this point, I would just like to do something transformative with it, either just outright destroy it or use the parts for something else. But before I do that, I wanted to just get a good amount of video of it in its current state. I feel like I haven't quite finished with that part. Yeah, Tuco is such a desk loaf. We're gonna get a good view of that. Oh, do I have a card? Apologies for not having the camera set up ahead of time. Yeah, Tuco is so good. Yeah, I miss my human roommate, but I'm glad I still have my cat roommate. This micro HDMI is the smallest. Oh, this isn't even plugged in. I am so professional. Oh yeah, Jenny is asking about the new camera. It's been pretty great so far. Like, I haven't done like a ton of projects with it, but all the footage I've shot with it has been really good so far. And it's like seems like a great fit for what I need. So it's, yeah, the Sony a6400. Let's try to get a Tuco view in here. Is that the lens? Oh, that is the lens cap. I couldn't even tell if the video feed was going. It was so dark. Oh my gosh, and the autofocus is so much better than any other camera I've used. Although I have to say I'm pretty happy with, so I got a new phone recently too, and it's got a really good camera. It's actually this one, the Pixel 3a. Yeah, Took. Yeah, and so I can record to SD card while doing clean HDMI out. It's pretty great. The only limitation that seems to show up is that it turns off the LCD viewfinder while I'm doing that. It seems like it has like two video engine outputs or something, and so it has to yank the output from the LCD to give the recording some data. Oh yeah, and my other favorite thing about this, so it's 4K, which is the main like spec upgrade really. So I can get 4K and high frame rate 1080p video. It fits on my gimbal, which is great. So I have a gimbal which is not big enough for a DSLR, but is big enough for mirrorless cameras, and this just barely fits on there. So yeah, in fact, I might want to set some of that up for, or set it up for some shots of this later. Gosh, we could do some electronics, but Tuco is just so cozy there. Yeah, so this camera is the Sony a6400, and this is the little boxy thing we made recently. And I think it needs a bit of a solder joint touch-up on that first LED. So I still don't have my usual camera arm because of the art ball thing over there that I still have not completely taken apart. I had a backdrop set up for some photography. Let's try that. Hard to use the tap focus and the LCD is not actually on. I don't actually even know if that's supported. But yeah, I think if you just kind of tap at the right location somehow, it's just not easy to do. So yeah, it's just this left button. Probably just needs a little bit of heat on that LED. Pop. Yeah, I'm quite happy with how the case turned out. Nice little chunk of wood. I keep getting my hand in the way from this angle. It's not bad, but not quite what I'm going for. Oh, how's everyone's Saturday going? There's my flux. Oh, cool. I'm glad some folks have lap cats. That sounds nice. A little bit of flux. Kind of dirty. Arguing with someone's JavaScript. So, for anyone who didn't see the horrifying nature of the LEDs in here, these are actually surface mount LEDs that I kind of haphazardly soldered in where 3mm LEDs usually go. So this is not really unexpected. There's probably a solder joint down here that I need to kind of squish back into contact. Let's see if that did anything. If I have to, I could desolder the switch and take the LED out. I'm just trying to avoid that. Okay. One more try, maybe? Whoa! Hey, that worked. Cool. Well, let's see how long that keeps working. Okay, I'm not going to do anything else to it. Satisfying. Okay. Yay. Mash. Hey there, stream friends. It is really hard to actually poke the button when I'm watching the monitor. I don't quite have that kind of hand-eye coordination. Cool. Oh, that's that. Oh, yeah. I think you're seeing it flicker, because it's funny, I don't actually see that flicker in person, but I think when you're holding it down, it slows down the LED refresh rate to the point where it starts flickering on camera. Which is totally something I could fix in software, I just didn't even know that was a problem. If I press it quickly, you don't notice. All right. Well, let's get ready to make a mess. So I need to take apart a winch. Okay. Gosh, Tuco's so pretty. Okay. I need to go find the wrenches that I need to take this apart. They seem to run away. I'm gonna have to color correct this all later anyway, but that definitely looks a bit cold to me. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Wrenches. And spare parts. I'll be right back. Cool. Tuco flyer parts. It's pretty cluttered with wires here. Okay, well, this has all the spare parts for Tuco Flyer. I think I still have one good motor. Should we make sure this motor's good before we even start? So I have one motor which we tried to fix and then the fix broke, so that one's definitely not good. But if we need any spares, I guess there's that. And I think this is a new motor. I don't think this is a pull from anything. I think this is actually a spare, but we should test it. I don't think I have any other motors in here. So, if we need more motors, I could buy more of these. They're just kind of expensive. So I might try to replace the gear before I try to replace the whole motor. Because the motor's fine, it's just, it comes with a gearbox and there's a broken plastic gear in there. How did I get this to fit in the first place? I'll worry about that later. Okay. I thought I had some better clips than these handy. I have so many of these and they're so bad. Hashtag good deal. Strip these with my fingernails, or do I get a tool? Fingernails. Almost broke my fingernail that time. It's the one downside of transition is weaker fingernails, right? I'm gonna decrease the voltage a little. Let's get it like an amp at 7 volts or something. Yeah, that one sounds terrible. That one's obviously broken. Let's try the other one. I'll get a better view of this before I turn it on. I was just laughing at Muli's comment that they were wondering if I'd visited another galaxy. It's been so long since I streamed. Yeah, no, I mean, I do other things besides streaming. But yeah, it's been a little while. Okay. This feels all right. It's 12 volts. $24 volts. This seems about like I'd expect, so I think we're all right so far. I don't want to like try to break it, but it seems like it's in good condition at this point. Okay. They seem to be as labeled then. So, there's one of the winches. Oh, this is the first one, actually. They're labeled, I think they're 10 through 13, 0 through 3. I think this is actually the first one I built. That kind of makes sense. So the two winches that have failed in the same way, both of those failures happened for different reasons. The other winch that ended up with bad gear that happened because the cord got tangled around the gears in here, and then the motor ended up kind of continuing to pull enough that the gear inside that gearbox down here split. This was different though. I think, so all the winches have their own internal force sensor up here that tells it how much force it's experiencing on this cord. And there's a lockout so that they won't try to reel in more cord if they're already at or close to the limit. So I think what was going on is that this winch was already at its force limit, and then some of the other winches actually all pulled the robot at the same time enough to overpower this winch, and then it broke the gear. Because this winch, I remember it being in lockout when it broke, so it wasn't actually moving, it was just trying to hold still. But there's enough external force on this cable that I think that's what broke the gear. And if I pull it right now, the gear actually just spins freely, which is not especially great. So unfortunately, this particular failure involves taking this thing pretty much completely apart to replace the motor. So this is mostly just going to be me quietly fussing with a bunch of mechanisms. So if anybody has like questions or conversation topics, feel free to shoot and I'll see what I can do. Oh yeah, and as far as other ways to replace these gears, certainly thought about machining it here. It is a helical gear, which makes it kind of hard to machine. I'm not really sure how I would do that. I need to probably come up with some kind of jig. And I don't have a giant machine. I have a very, very little machine, so I could only really make it out of brass or aluminum. And I don't even know if I have enough Z height, really. It would be a bit of a fit. Oh yeah, Jarrett's wondering if the winch pig software has a feature to let out some cord if the force gets too high. Does it? Yes, it does. That probably just didn't respond fast enough. We could check the data actually, because it was recording data when it broke. We should be able to see that. So first step, taking off the shell. The shell has these light strips glued into it. I guess I probably should have taken the other side off first, maybe. Oh man, this autofocus is so much better. I'm gonna have to put a little servo AF sticker on the screen just for old time's sake, but this new camera is significantly more servo AF. Oh man. Gosh, I'm just still reeling from how weird that wedding video is. I don't understand like extremely religious, kind of magical thinking kind of folks, but that definitely seems like the kind of family I have. Well, except for my dad, but he's very passive and, you know, he'll just go along with whatever the other family folks want. Man, living with narcissists really sucks. It's like, I don't want to, like I kind of hope that my brother doesn't have kids because I just don't want anyone to have to grow up in that environment. But they probably will because, you know, they think that's a good thing. I don't know. Yeah, the video does look a little weird without the camera on-screen display. I'm definitely with you there. It's not even just the on-screen display, but I think I got used to it being so low res. Okay, so the two shell halves unplug and then just come off. These are very long 3D prints. I think each of these is like a 24-hour print. Okay, and then, see, like, I could just pull the cord out of here. Should I? I feel like this is actually easier to deal with if I wind it up, but it doesn't seem to want to move the other direction. So, whatever. I think I just take it apart as is. So, I've mentioned many times that this is one of those projects where there are a bunch of things I would obviously change if I were redesigning it now. I did not design this thing with the benefit of all the hindsight that I have right now. And it's kind of annoying to take apart. I think the next step is taking the power supply bracket off. I think that uses a different wrench. Yeah, this has a mixture of 2mm and 2.5mm screws for some reason. It's because they're all M3, but some of them use a smaller head because they have a different head style. This has just so many pieces in it. Like, I didn't design this thing all at once because, I mean, it's just like a really big design. So I kind of had to design a piece and then debug it and then design more pieces. So it's sort of built around this mechanical core, which has all the kind of most tightly integrated mechanical parts, like the spool and the sensors. But then there's sort of like a little like electronics boat that sits under the mechanical core, and then a power supply bracket that goes under that, and then a shell that goes around the whole thing. I mean, I think a lot of things would be different if I was designing this from scratch. The biggest thing that would be different is that I wouldn't actually be trying to drive the whole thing from the spool. I think I would be trying to apply most of the drive force from a capstan, and then I would just have the spool move under low tension in order to keep the rope tidy. Because this does have a capstan. That's what this this red thing up here is, a capstan that just makes contact with the rope as it passes by, but it's not gripping it very hard because it just has to measure the distance traveled. So an alternative design would have a much stronger way of gripping the rope up here, like maybe a loop around a capstan, and then this would actually drive the rope, and then this would just be like a take-up reel. So that would be better, maybe. Oh yeah, and then that's another good question. If I was designing it today, what motors would I use? Yeah, I would definitely use different motors. I got these, oh, that's weird. Like I said, this is the first one I built. I just noticed there's a little piece of wire sticking out right there. I think that's a ground I added at some point for debugging, but I'm just gonna take that out so it doesn't fall out later. So yeah, the motor choices I had were a bit limited because I was really looking for a combination of torque and speed. And I kind of also started the project assuming that I wouldn't be able to do a whole lot of gearing myself in the 3D printed parts. Whereas I actually feel completely different about that now. Like, the 3D printed gearing that I've done has been much more reliable and like reprintable than the gearing built into the motor. So if I were redoing this, I would definitely be putting more emphasis on designing mechanical parts that I can reprint rather than stuff that is like hard to find. So I wouldn't be using a gear motor for starters. I'd be using probably just some commonly available DC motor for the spool itself, and probably a combination of a high power brushless motor and a braking mechanism for the capstan. Because I would need a brake if I was using a brushless motor that way. So it gets maybe more complicated. It's possible that design is actually just overall more expensive and more complicated than this. I think this design did actually hit a pretty good, like, simplicity and price point, at least, because the most expensive part in this thing by far is the motor. I mean, I guess the second most expensive part is the power supply. but like it doesn't involve a lot of, I mean, nothing in here is really especially fancy, right? It's all basically commodity stuff. It would have been nice if I could have used like a windshield wiper motor or something like that that's a bit easier to find. I don't actually know what these are for. I think they might be like electric scooter motors or something like that, but they're not quite as robust for sure as some of the other motors you could find. They're not like main motors for electric scooters. I mean, I'm thinking they're like, I'm thinking these are some kind of like auxiliary application vehicular motor. I don't know exactly what else they'd be used for. I just found them searching for like torque and speed and voltage. Anyway, did I take out all the screws with the power supply? I think I did. Yeah, so the power supply is loose now. Oh, right, I think I have to undo these zip ties. So this is the AC power in. All the wires are white because I have a lot of white wire left over from an earlier project. But then I identified them using colored heat shrink bands. So there's these little colored rings on the ends. Okay. So that's AC power coming in. This is a 24 volt power supply. Because the motor's 24 volts, that's mostly what we're powering. But then there's also a bunch of 5 volt and 3.3 volt electronics. So there's a little buck converter sticking out right here that goes from 24 volts down to 5 volts. So the 24 volt supply goes to this board, which is the H bridge. These are like really, really bad, like generic cheapo H bridge breakout boards for a pretty good chip. I forget what this is. I think it's something from. Gosh, I'm forgetting the manufacturer of these H bridges, but I want to say it's Fairchild, but that's probably not it. It's some kind of integrated H bridge that's rated for way more current than we're using, which is kind of good because they were replacing a much smaller H bridge that I ended up popping. So it's good to have an H bridge that I'm not going to wear out with a current spike from this motor. I think they're rated for like 30 amps or something. Yeah, big storage capacitor here. A lot of what this capacitor is necessary for actually is absorbing energy from deceleration, because it doesn't have a separate resistor for that. So yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of room for improvement on the design, but it works all right. Anyway, I don't actually need to take out the wiring. I just needed to get that out of the way. These two blue halves come apart next. All the screw heads are on the other side, though. Yeah, that's a really good point, right? And I've been thinking about that too, feeling an obligation to maintain some kind of relationship with my brother just so that I can try to be some kind of positive influence if he does have kids. Just so depressing, but like, I guess that's what it's come to. Gosh, I've got some screws in this that have what seems like a non-standard head size. What is this, 2.5 millimeter tool? Always slips taking them out. Oh yeah, loosen the e-stop. Right? Yeah, that capacitor is pretty big. It's great. I just wanted to give all that energy somewhere to go that wouldn't raise the power supply voltage, you know? Oh, right. I remember how this works. there's another reason you have to take the power supply off, which is that there's a bunch of screws next to the motor. This is the worst. This is really the worst. I keep saying this is not designed to be easy to take apart. So there's 6 screws, 3 on each side of the motor, which you can kind of barely reach. Gosh, that's hard. Sorry to hear about everyone else's difficult families. Oops. Yeah, it's like it's really hard when people are like seriously in denial too. Like one of the things that I tried to have a conversation about with this new sister-in-law, I guess, is like, well, okay, you seem to be super religious and interested in helping people. You married a guy who works at a weapons company, right? You know? And she still doesn't really quite see. Like, she has this overwhelming amount of trust that everything he does and everything the company does will be in everyone else's best interest. And I just don't understand how you get brainwashed into that kind of trust. I mean, I guess I do. I mean, I know what his childhood was like, and yeah. He was always the super conflict-averse person that was just looking for like a safe person to hide behind. And now he has a government security clearance, which is terrifying. People like him are the ones that they trust with state secrets. Yeah, that's the thing. There's a question, how does she define everyone else's interests? Yeah, I mean, well, she defines it through her own extremely limited worldview. Like, and they're also both the kind of people who will totally rationalize everything else they do with like, oh, but I know one old person, or I know one gay person, or, I've got one black friend. They're that kind of person. I think these screws are much easier to take out than they are to put in, but they're actually not too bad. Yeah, I think I expected these to be a lot harder than they actually would be. I mean, I'm pretty used to that way of thinking where like, oh, if you only know one gay person, then like everything is about that one gay person's way of being. And it's like really hard. It's really frustrating. It's like, I mean, before I transitioned, before I came out as trans in my family, I was like out as a gay person for a long time. And I think my mom found that easy to understand in some ways, but it was also clear that she didn't really get it. She was just kind of like doing a substitution in her head and then like pretending that, basically like substituting all the stereotypes that she had available. So some of them were like media stereotypes. Some of them were like media stereotypes filtered through her own stereotypes. She would always bring up like her one gay coworker. It was really frustrating. Gosh, that's like kind of related to the boob history too. That's, gosh. My parents have been trying to control my body for a long time. Okay, so I think that's all the screws for this blue piece. Unless some of these are hang this by the screws. Yeah. Okay, so the blue things contain all the electronics. It has this awkward mount for the e-stop button, and there's another awkward piece where all the sensor wiring goes up through these two channels and then up through this plastic thing to get to the top of the robot. Just taking out some of these long screws to make it a little easier to deal with. Gosh, yeah, a lot of love for folks with really controlling parents. That stuff is hard to get over no matter how old you are, but it sucks especially when you're actually in it. One of my childhood friends, like, they had this family that, you know, it was like super dysfunctional in a bunch of ways. But I think the part that always seemed the worst to me as an outsider was how their dad always kind of wanted this friend to be like the football star that this dad never was, and kind of, it's like totally a cliche, but that was exactly how this family was. And you know, I would come over to play video games and we'd hang out in the basement, and their basement was just like full of sports memorabilia from this like dad's childhood. It was kind of creepy. Yeah, if you're gonna be a parent, just please don't be one of those parents. Oh man. These wires are really nerve-wracking. I don't think I'm destroying anything here, but there's just a lot to keep an eye on. The DC converter on the other side is also kind of super awkward. Oh gosh. How do you actually get these completely apart? I need to get another kind of wrench. All right, yeah, I need to find a socket wrench, sorry. Oh, this is awkward. I think it was 12 millimeters. Let's find out. Yeah. Ah, this is so unwieldy. I hate taking this thing apart. We're almost to the motor. Oh gosh. I didn't want that whole thing. Okay. I haven't managed to lose my 10mm socket yet, but I'm sure I'm cursing it just by saying that. Okay. So there are 3 wires here that are kind of annoying. There's the encoder wire, the force sensor wire, and the motor wire. None of which actually have connectors right here, annoyingly. The encoder and the force sensor wire have connectors, but they don't fit through the slot, I don't think, and the motor doesn't have a connector. Okay. Okay, so those big bolts held these 2 mechanical halves together. Why is that so loose? Huh. I don't think I need to undo that bolt, because I think this roller just wants to take that bearing with it when it comes out. Oh gosh, did I glue that bearing in? Ah, why did I do that? Oh, is this also 10mm? Or 12? No? What even is that? Gosh, diode zone's even louder now. How are we doing on electricity? I don't know if I've ever seen it this high. That's cool. Separating the phases a little bit. Ooh, it doesn't. 13mm socket doesn't even fit in that hole. Is it really not 12? I don't know what kind of bolt this is. Right, I'm glad I could teach people an important lesson just by, suffering on camera. It's not like I was unaware that this problem could occur, it just, I had other priorities at the time. Maybe I should take it out from the other side. Too big. At least it's all metric. Oh, wait. Maybe that's the problem. Do I actually have non-metric fasteners? Where did I even get this? Where did I get this? Some kind of heathen imperial fastener. I mean, I could go back to trying to get the bearing out. That might be easier. The bearing is just supposed to be press fit, but I think at some point I glued it to keep it from wobbling. It's also loose though, so I do actually need to tighten it. Oh, yeah, there we go. It's glued in with E6000, which is flexible. Just needed a bit of a push. Okay, so that's the roller and its bearing and whatever kind of bolt that even is. Covered in glue. Ugh, that might need some cleaning. Okay, and then I can get the spool out. Actually, let's put this over here. Spool comes out pretty easily. So that's just another press fit bearing, and the gear provides some more pressure. I was expecting this gear to be the first thing to fail, and this has been the strongest part. Okay, I don't need to take that the rest of the way apart. Oh! That's right. Oh, this is so bad. I think I need to print a new gear. So this next step is destructive. I have to take this gear off, and I don't think you can get this off without destroying it. So I need to print a new gear. I have the hub. I think this is the right hub. I don't see a spare flexible part though. That means the next step is we should get that printing. It shouldn't be shouldn't take too long to print. Let's see what the computering situation is like for this. Took tooks. Tuco's still wandering. Meow. Meow. You too go. Tuco hasn't been interested in those hasn't been as interested in those heated pads now that it's summer. Oh yeah, so Laura's wondering what happened to my friend's desk who was back there. Yeah, so one of the big things that happened recently is the roommate that I was sharing the shop with moved out. So it's just my junk here now. That was a bunch of moving. Tuco, don't be here. Wow. And that new noise is mostly diode zone encoding video, I think. I think it's still working. Oh, Tuke, what are you doing, honey? Tuco Flyer. Winchbot CAD. Guess I should turn on the robot. Meow. Tuco is really good at making me nervous when I'm trying to concentrate by poking around and stuff and meowing a lot. Turning on the 3D printer so it can boot up. Tuco, honey. Oh, he wants attention now. Honey, honey, honey. Tuco, don't destroy my paperwork. Tuco. Oh, I have the G code here. I don't think I want to print both of the gears though. Tuke. Oh, here we go. Spool flex gear. Drive side. Tuco, honey boy, please. Honey. Yes, this cat is indeed named after Tuco Salamanca. That Burley capacitor is 4,700 microfarads at 63 volts. about that. That's the big gear. Motor flex gear. That's the one. Yeah. So I think I want to print this pretty much solid out of NinjaFlex. Or semi-flex, right? Not NinjaFlex. Took. Is the printer not actually on? Oh, no, it is. Okay. These are some settings that I made for doing like high quality figurine prints out of NinjaFlex. I think that might be close enough. Start with that at least. Ooh, that's a slow print speed. Tuco, don't climb on that. Tuke. Tuke, honey. Oh, honey. Oh. Tuco, no, please. I thought I had other NinjaFlex settings here. Maybe I don't have them in this version of Kira. I think I mostly just want to go with the normal PLA settings, but increase the temperature and decrease the speed. I could also look at the G-code to see what settings I used last time, which seems a little bit like cheating, but whatever. Tuke. It's really hard to concentrate when Tuco wants attention. Honey, dude. Dude. Tuco just likes hanging out near wherever I am. So like if I'm upstairs doing research on my laptop, he'll just sit in the cat hangout next to me, all peaceful like. And if I'm working down here, he'll just terrorize whatever mess I'm sitting next to. It's kind of hard. Tuco! Tuco. Tuco, don't eat that. I don't even know what he wants now. he found some little piece of trash on the floor. Oh, and then there's a bolt. The bolt, I think, is what he was interested in. Aye. I sure thought there was a way to load settings from a G-code. Oh, Took. Tuco, what do you want? He really wants to play fetch. Yeah, this is a very manipulative cat. Like, he's optimized his cries to get my attention over the past 5 years, I guess. I was doing 0.1, okay. Thick walls. I think I just wanted to make the whole thing out of walls. $255? Was I seriously printing this at $255? I don't think I was printing this at $255. That's way too hot. Tuco. Dude. Honey. Do they not make semi-flux anymore? Maybe Cheetah is supposed to be the replacement to semi-flux. Anyway, think I want to go higher than like 240. Let's try 230. I do have a metal hot end. It might actually be able to go up to 255. I just think that's probably way too hot for this material. I don't think it'll actually retract because those are so close together, but just to be sure, I might disable retraction. That should be nice. Okay, I just need to dig out the right material for this, and then I can start the print. Thought I was logged in here. Yeah. Oh, I'll do this later. Okay, we'll be right back. I'm gonna dig out some filament. Alright, I'm gonna go try this out. It's possible that we might end up having to do this after drying the filament. Because I store all my filament in dry boxes, so it hangs out with desiccant and protected from the bulk of the atmospheric moisture. But still, I found out that for the best quality on the flexible filaments especially, it works a lot better if I actually stick this in the dehydrator for a couple hours right before I print. So we might do that, but I'm not gonna do that right now. Let's just see how this goes. Oh, Tuco, you're so in the way. I think that's the one I want. Oh gosh, Tuco, what are you doing? Oh my gosh. Okay, He's just climbing over everything. Whatever. Alright, well that's the dehydrator there. I'm just going to try loading this up and starting it, so I'll be right back. Tuco really wants to get in the closet. Oh yeah, Jarrett says the dehydrator is the perfect fit for a spool. Well, I mean, it's that's a 3D printed mod for the dehydrator that's pretty much perfect for... I can usually fit 2 spools in there, actually. No, Tuke. Oh my gosh, Tuco. I'm like logging into Octoprint on my phone, and Tuco just wants nothing but playing fetch right now. Meow. Okay. Tuke. No. Okay, you want to go outside? Okay, Tuco seems to be enjoying hanging out in the hallway for a bit, and printer seems fine. Oh yeah, Andrew's mentioning print dry. Yeah, definitely take a look at those if you're interested in 3D printing. They seem like an okay product, but they're also like basically just like a $15 dehydrator with some custom attachments. So a lot of folks have also just been buying the $15 dehydrator and 3D printing the attachments. So yeah, the one that I'm using, it's on Thingiverse. I don't remember exactly what it's called, but if you search on Thingiverse for like dehydrator attachments, you'll probably find it. It holds 2 spools, depending on the size of the spools. It stacks with the original dehydrator trays, so you might see that I've got another tray above it and another tray below it, so I can put small things on there. And yeah, it prints in multiple sections. There's some different versions, but I could print the one that comes in 3 sections. There's also, I think, a 4-section version for smaller printers. Where's the other view? Oh yeah, that's the view that I think I meant to put it on before. So that's printing in Semiflex, which is, it is a thermoplastic urethane, but it's less wiggly than NinjaFlex. So I'll let that do its thing for a bit. Let's see. I think the next step is actually, oh gosh, I just put my finger right on the lube. The next step, I guess, is cleaning my fingers. But there's this gear that's covered in lube that I need to get off. I might be able to wedge it off with a flat-bladed screwdriver, although I'm thinking about how it's assembled, and it's press fit onto the shaft of the motor, and that shaft is held in place in the motor, in the gearbox, in such a way that if you're pulling on it, you're stressing the bearing, whereas if you're pushing it, I think you're just, like there's just like a flat piece of metal that's butting up against another flat piece of metal. So I don't think it's that bad to, like, for example, hammer a new gear onto it, but I think prying the old gear off might be liable to damage the gearbox. So what I've been doing is melting it off instead of prying it off, which, you know, has its own drawbacks, generates some fumes, but it's pretty easy to ventilate this place, so I'm not too worried about that. So yeah, I guess I need my melting device. I'm gonna have to look for my melting device. have tidied up this space a little better. There's an extension cord I usually use with this fume extractor that I seem to have stolen for something else. Let's try this. I actually have like a hot knife, which is basically identical to a soldering iron, except it has a flat tip that's a little bit nicer for cutting stuff. But I'm not sure where I put that, and I actually have a bunch of these terrible soldering irons that I don't mind messing up the tip on, so I'm just going to use one of these. Oh, this new camera does get kind of warm. Even when it's not recording. Sorry about the mic fussing. Emily's wondering if the gears are worth trying to remove intact, or if the fresh one's better. It's more that removing it intact is likely to damage the motor, and I'm more worried about damaging the motor than damaging the gears. Okay. Terrible soldering iron is heating up. Fume extractor. So I've already got a hub for the new gear, this piece, and that's a new outer piece printing. definitely don't try this. I mean, generally just like don't do this. It's not a very good way to get it off, but I don't really have a lot of better options. Definitely don't do this with a soldering iron you care about, and definitely don't do this without lots of ventilation. Oh, that's a good question. Laura's wondering if I've noticed any changes to the semiflex with all the exposure to the lubricant. No, I haven't. I mean, we could give this thing a good prod and see if it seems like it's still nice and elastic after we get it off, but it seems just at first glance to be totally fine. I'm just melting a big old trench through the side of this gear so I can get it off. I'm not even letting the soldering iron get all that hot. I don't want to melt the bracket under it because I do care about that piece. Yeah, I did try to find a lubricant that seemed pretty non-reactive to plastics, because like an oil-based lubricant probably would have messed up the plastic over time, but I used a Teflon-based lubricant, or silicone-based? I think Teflon-based. Actually, I think it's Teflon and silicone, but yeah, both pretty inert. There we go. I can turn off the soldering iron. Most of the fumes now are coming off the soldering iron because it's still kind of warm. Just holding it next to the fan. Radomir is wondering if it would be easier to cut it. Definitely not easier to cut it. Less messy maybe, but definitely not easier. I mean, it's... The outer gear I could maybe cut through with cutters like this, but like, I'm just trying not to touch it with my hands right now because it's really slippery. I'm just gonna put on some gloves. Actually, my fingers are already slippery. That lube just gets everywhere. Tuco's keeping watch in the hallway. He seems happy having hallway access. I think that might be what he wanted earlier. I think he'd really like to go in the closet where the printer is, but he's not allowed in there. Oof. Oh yeah, the other way to remove this would actually be There's a name for that tool, what Emily's talking about. I don't know it off the top of my head, but yeah, it would like pry onto the edges of this, and then you'd have a screw that pushes up through the middle. Yeah, those definitely exist. That's like one of the best ways to remove a bearing, I think. But I don't have one, and this was easier than making one. So this gear is still pretty tough. Like the semi-flex area is like it doesn't feel like it's gotten brittle at all, but it is really tough. I know that's out of focus. Fingers are so gross now. There we go. Focus. Yeah. I mean, the whole material is pretty tough, but I can get a feel for the softness by kind of poking at the edge of one of the gear teeth. They might just be called bearing pullers, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, there it is. Just use my gloved hand to clean this up a little bit. Okay. Okay, so now we have exposed the screws that let you remove the motor. Okay. Emerging from the pile of parts, we now have a motor. You know, I guess if I'm removing the motor, I should actually cut the wires. It's probably easier to cut and splice the motor wires than it is to desolder it at this point. Although, I don't know. Oh, we can desolder the motor wires. I don't really want to cut them. That's way over here. I think I can turn off the fume extractor. There's a zip tie. Two screws. I don't know how easy this board is to get out, actually. I don't need to get it out, I just need to slide it up enough that I can get to a couple of solder joints. Oh. Yeah, that doesn't come out without taking the capacitor out. Okay. That board doesn't really come out easily. I don't think we need it to come out. There is already a very, very tiny amount of lube on my fingers, and I can feel it everywhere. Hope I'm not allergic to it. Okay, well, either I reach in and desolder around a corner there, or I just cut this wire. I think I cut the wire. Okay. And we could open up the motor and inspect the damage. Oh, there's so much lube everywhere now. Excuse me. This is just going to be full of grease when we open it. But I expect to see the plastic gear broken in half. Probably right along the line where the pin goes through it. Hey, Chico. Chico seems to be in a better mood now. Okay. There's the bearings and bushings as usual. Oh, look. Yeah, same failure mode as last time. Oh yeah, the hallway is like a common area. I just have the door open so we can walk in and out. This might be nicer under the microscope. I mean, it looks just like last time. So it's split right along this line where this pin anchored the gear to its axle. Yeah. I'm just going to put this back together. We can save it for a repair later on. I guess I've maybe meant different things by hallway. Like, usually when I say Tuco is in the hallway, I mean, like, the common area, which is indoors, but not part of my rented unit here. But there's also, like, a tiny hallway that's actually, like, kind of the entry to my unit. He likes playing fetch in there, but I think mostly he likes running up and down the actual hallway. You know, he likes keeping an eye out. I think part of him, you know, he likes being a lookout cat. But I think he also likes hanging out with the neighbors and visiting the laundry room. Looking at the birds on all sides of the building. Alright. Another broken motor. There goes the side. Okay. And the replacement. That's pretty long wires. Okay. Would like to assemble this somewhat piecemeal. The piece the motor and the gearbox actually attaches to is this blue thing. Oh yeah, I guess I was mentioning just like all the reasons that I've been kind of occupied the last couple months. There was my roommate moving out and some like personal, medical, and family stuff. But a lot of what I've been doing is just like working on the next video with a little bit more, I don't know, just like distance from the constant communication. Which I guess I just find it like hard to work on something that feels, you know, like I don't really know what it is yet when I'm surrounded by people. And I definitely feel like I don't really know what the next video is yet. Like, I have a bunch of pieces. I have a project for it to be about, but I don't really know what the video is about, you know? I mean, I think I'm trying to find a format that I like better. I'm tired of the kind of project show and tell thing. I want to do something that's a bit more narrative, a bit more like something with a thesis. Okay. I don't remember whether this is not symmetric, and I don't remember which side is the top. I might have to check the CAD model. Yeah, I wasn't taking a break from working for sure. I was just taking a break from streaming. Like that's like one of the frustrations of streaming is that I feel like the work that I do on stream, like it's only a little bit of the stuff that I feel like I actually need to do to be like productive in a way that matters to me. And so it's like kind of hard to be around a group of fans that is like only seeing this one piece and assuming it's the whole. I find it really stressful. Maybe I did this in Autodesk and not in Rhino. Like a lot of what I've been trying to do is figure out how can I communicate something that's worth communicating, and then how can I wrap it in a package that people will bother opening. Do you really sign me out? Man, I don't want to sign into Autodesk just to view a 3D model. Oh, I do have a Rhino version. It was just zipped. Yeah, Tuco's just sitting in the hallway right now. Let me see if I can give you a view. Because I've got a clear shot from here. Little ears. Okay. Okay, that's the gear I was looking at. So there's a thin side and a thick side. The thick side goes on the bottom. And the other important orientation is the direction of the helical gear. So it needs to be just like in this diagram or it won't fit. Okay, we're mostly waiting on the 3D printed part at this point. It's got some time left, huh? So I think this piece wants a little bit of a chamfer on the bottom to help it go on. And then I want to put the gear onto here. That's just a press fit. And then this press fits onto the motor, probably using hammer. Yeah, we could just chat or hang out with Tuco while this is printing. I don't know that there's a lot else I can do on this specific project. I'd also take a break and make a pot of coffee. Yeah, actually, maybe I'll just make some coffee and a snack, and I'll be right back and leave you with the 3D printer. Oh, the cat is talky. Hey, talky cat. I just looked at that print in person and it looks pretty great. It's 0.1 millimeter layers, which is finer than I usually print. Oh yeah, Christian's wondering why the herringbone pattern. Yeah, I mean, it does run quieter. Christian asked if it was to reduce noise. The main reason was that it would help the gears stay centered by themselves. It kind of locks them into each other vertically. So yeah, those are both reasons that I found the pattern to be helpful. And yeah, I think I used some kind of, like some 2D gear generator tool, and then just built those out of extruded 2D gear profiles. David's wondering if I've been keeping up with the progress of Rust on microcontrollers, if I've thought about rewriting the winch software. Yeah, I mean, I haven't been following that super closely, but like I've been aware of that since before I started this project. Like I made the decision to use C++ for the firmware on the winches, mostly because the amount of new code that I was writing was so small compared to the amount of code I was reusing. So it made sense just to use a bunch of existing code and write a little bit of new code. That said, like I know there are people doing like totally bare metal Rust stuff even on these exact same microcontrollers. I'm sure there are a bunch of options. I just chose to do the easy thing. Oh, David's wondering if I would decide, if I would have picked Rust if I was starting it over today. I don't know. I'd probably, like, I don't think I can answer that question without taking another look at the state of all the, like, libraries that I would be using. Because this is one of those firmwares where like it's really standing on the shoulders of these giant libraries. So if I can find a networking stack that I like and a driver layer that I like sticking my application on top of that is just a tiny amount of code. So that was pretty much what I was doing here. I was using LWIP, which is an existing C Ethernet stack, networking stack, and then writing a little bit of C++ code with that, using TI's existing board support layer. But yeah, that's not for everyone, and certainly I like Rust. It'd be nice to use Rust on more things. But yeah, like a lot of it is just that, anytime you make something with a microcontroller, like it's this process of like programming for a slightly esoteric platform. And the more esoteric that platform is, the more you're on your own with all the libraries and support work. So I think my choice of language would probably depend on like how much I wanted to write myself and how much I wanted to reuse and what the existing like language ecosystems look like for the particular chips that I'm using. Like if I was using a much more esoteric chip that, where I'd have to write like all the Rust code myself, like that might not be worthwhile. Whereas if I'm using something that already has tons of support available, then yeah, why not? Yeah, I don't know what specifically I would choose. I don't even know if I'd use the same microcontroller since, I was really trying to design this not to be super expensive, and I realized that the design that I have in mind to replace this with the 2 motors and the brake is definitely going to be more expensive than this one. But I think it would just still come down to like where is a good trade-off point, and like maybe where could I optimize that design to be less expensive. And it's not like I'm making a million of these and I have to have razor thin margins or whatever, but I am making 4 of them, and it is not, nice. It's nice to have affordable hardware. If money was no object on these things, I could buy theatrical winches, but that seems like it would be both really expensive and really boring. Yeah, Tuco is still over in the same spot. Anyway, I was going to make some coffee and a snack while the gear does its thing. But yeah, if anyone else has more questions, I will try to get to those. Oh, cool. Jenny has some experience with theatrical winches, it looks like. Yeah, I've never seen any in person. I looked at them online a little bit when I was planning this project. Yeah, I think the cheapest theatrical winches I could find would still be several times the price of this like whole system. So, but you know, they probably have pretty nice components. But yeah, the gearbox in this is definitely the weak spot. And I don't know if it's gonna be better in the long term to redesign the whole thing or to find a replacement source for these gears or figure out how to make the gears. What? Because I certainly don't want to have to keep replacing the motors. They have a lot more safety features than my winch. Like, I tried to do the best I could for the, the size and the price, but, when you've got equipment moving around much heavier loads around a bunch of people, it's good to have significantly more safety features than this. I think multiple kinds of brakes, Yeah, gosh, if I was planning ahead, I really would have already had this part printed. Not sure if there's a ton I can do without that piece. So we could do something different. We could also just take a break and pause this and come back when the gear's printed. How long does Octoprint say is left? Octoprint says that the total print time and the print time remaining are both 1.5 hours. I don't think I believe that. It also says it's 36% done and it's taken about an hour, which probably means it's more like a 3-hour print. Usually I can print faster. It's just like flexible filaments, you always kind of have to take them slow if you want good results. So I could probably print this faster, but I'm all right with just going with some settings that seem to be working pretty superbly and letting it take its time. Anybody want to just chat for a while we wait on the printer? I think Tuco is still just hanging out in the hallway. We could try to chase after him with a wireless camera. Where is the wireless camera? I don't think I have the wireless camera set up right now. Oh, I bet I can see Tuke from the winch camera. Just barely. Yeah, that's one of his favorite spots. It's just right outside in the hallway. Oh, interesting. I'll have to check out that plugin. I thought that Octoprint had a pretty... I thought that it did something to use previous prints to estimate the print time, but yeah, it definitely seems to be off pretty often, at least with my printer. I don't have a motorized zoom, but there is a zoom lens I could go turn. Tuco seems to get along with a bunch of the neighbors, which is nice. Oh, the Pac-Man lampshade. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with that design. I bought that lamp online. I don't know if I would have bought it if I like quite noticed how weird the shade design was. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with that, because it looks like it's designed to tilt separately from the top of the lamp, but it doesn't actually have enough overlap to make that a useful adjustment. And then it doesn't seem like the top actually will tilt down enough to make that that fixture portion like parallel with the floor. Maybe I should put it back in Pac-Man mode. I think Emily was right. Aw. And Tuco's saying hi to the neighbors. Yeah, I think I was assuming that it would be designed better than it actually is when I bought it. It's also one of those lamps that doesn't have a switch in a useful place. I think it has one on the cord or something. So I added a dimmer. Hey, Tuco. I'm operating it manually right now. The automated modes don't work when it doesn't have all the winches working. Hey, Tuco. He's such a soft boy. Meow, meow. Yeah, I want this orb thing out of the way. It's annoying, and the only reason I really haven't done anything with it is that it hasn't been a priority. Like, I've been mostly avoiding it and trying to figure out what I'm actually making for this next video, because I figure if I actually know what I'm making, it'll be easier to make things. It's been really hard to actually prioritize all the intermediate steps when I don't know what I'm actually aiming for. So like some of the stuff related to the big orb thing is just, well, get some video of it, you know, enough that I can feel satisfied in wrecking it somehow, and then just take it apart. There could be more deliberate ways to take care of it though, like, I've wondered like, oh, could I incorporate it into a video somehow to like smash it in an interesting way? So I don't know. There are several things I've thought about smashing in an interesting way for art. I got these stupid little like desk paperweight things that are like commemorating patents from a previous job. I think it's kind of terrible. I would like to like destroy those for art somehow. Oh, you know, I guess I could attach the motor. That's going to make it harder to attach the gear if I do the wiring now, though. I don't know if I want to do that. Yeah, well, I think my thoughts at this point for the stream are we can just like hang out and chat while the gear prints, or if that seems boring, I can go away and come back later. I think either of those sound like alright outcomes. It goes just right there. Wow. Hey. Hey. Hey, delightful boy. Also, I think you still have not heard diode zone running at idle. I think the transcoder is still busy. It's almost done. It's still working though. There's like 1 pixel. There we go. It's transcoding 2 videos right now. That's the transcode queue. Orbis test article for some destructive high-speed photography. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot of high-speed photography stuff here. There's a couple of high frame rate modes on my new mirrorless camera here, but it's certainly not a high-speed camera by design. I mean, I don't know. I'm not too worried about if I decide to go that route, making it look interesting. I think that's fine. The thing that I'm really struggling right now with is the why, the narrative, the like how do I actually get all the pieces to fit together in a way that is satisfying and tells a worthwhile story. Oh yeah, that's a good question. Moki123 in YouTube chat is asking what failed in the old motor. Yeah, so it's actually the same failure we had last time, where the motor has 1 plastic gear and a bunch of metal gears, and the plastic gear splits in half. So I can show you since we don't have much else to do. Let me just take both of these apart. We can look at both of these failures, because I have one that I already tried to replace. I'm really missing my camera positioning arm and my second light, which are both on that stand that's holding the orb right now. I think I missed that even more than the floor space, although I missed the floor space too. I wasn't even sure if it would stay standing for this long, because it's had kind of a rough time of it, and it's not suspended nearly as well as it was really designed to be initially. So I've been a little nervous that it might fail, but it's still holding together. I'm gonna loosen these both a little bit, and then we can take a look at both. Oh yeah, and how much were these motors? I think these motors were something like 30 bucks each. I think that was the most expensive part of the winch. The power supply and the optical encoder and the microcontroller board were all like close, but not that expensive. Oh, that's a good question. What material am I printing the gear with? That's actually semi-flex. I made them flexible, hoping that that would make them run quiet. And it seems like that's worked. I mean, I haven't tested other materials really, but it seems like it's doing its job. And I've been really surprised by how little wear I've been seeing. But again, that's for the gear that I'm printing now, which is not the gear that failed. The reason I'm printing this gear is because I have to reprint it in order to replace the motor, because it's only possible to disassemble that destructively. At least with the tools I've got. Maybe there's another way, like if I had the right kind of gear puller, but not with the tools I've got handy. So yeah, there's a metal worm on the motor shaft. That plastic gear that's in two pieces, it's supposed to be on the top section of this axle. Focus. Okay. It's supposed to be on the top section of that. Yeah, and then the other output gears are metal, but that one gear is plastic. And not only is it plastic, but it has this weak point where the pin goes through the middle. And so it pretty much always is going to split right there. Like, this is exactly the same failure that happened on the other motor. So this is the one that failed before. And I tried replacing the gear. This was printed in the best material I had handy, which was PET Plus, but yeah, it didn't last very long. You can see it ground away there. And then, yeah, this one I used that Teflon and silicone lubricant in this one. Because I thought that the original lubricant might have also not been great for the plastic, but I doubt that really matters. Oh, this label? Yeah, I had to remind myself what I did to it. I guess that was February of last year. Still getting used to this new camera. And that's Tuco. Hey, Tuk Tuk. I can't tell whether he wants me to come out in the hallway or whether he's calling to other people in the hallway. Just being like, hey, it's Tuco time. Anyone want to play? I think sometimes it works. Like, my neighbor on one side seems to often hang out with Tuco, and Tuco gets her attention. Oh, that's interesting. Community requests for the machine shop. That'd be funny. Yeah, man, if anybody else wants to make me a helical gear. Yeah, I did actually make the model. That was the hardest part so far. Well, of this attempt was measuring that gear accurately enough to make a model. because I was certainly new to that. But yeah, I made a model. I could send that to anyone who wants to try cutting a helical gear. I just don't have a lathe, and I only have a very small machine, or I only have a very small mill, and it doesn't have any rotary axes. Oh yeah, I've also never done nylon here. I feel like I probably could print nylon on my Type A printer, because it does have an all-metal hot end. Oh yeah, and Emily's wondering if there's a reason for this to be plastic versus other materials. Yeah, I have a feeling it has to do with either cost or the wear of like a metal worm against a metal helical gear might have been bad, but yeah, I don't know. I suspect it's cost. Like the other gears were not helical. What's the name for not helical? Like perpendicular profile, straight profile, whatever the not helical gears are. Those were all metal. So it could have just been that those are easier to manufacture. I don't know. All right. I should label this gear or this motor as having a bad gear, but it's pretty obvious from just feeling the shaft, so I don't think I'm going to bother. Oh, there we go. Spilled the coffee for the first time today. Oh, interesting. Nylon 230. Yeah, so the main problem I've had with, well, so like I said, I haven't done nylon, but I've tried, I guess this was a problem I was having on tea glass, which is a type of PET, if I remember right. But even with tea glass, which has some of the same properties as nylon, I was getting just so much warping because I don't have a heated bed. For such a small part, though, it might be fine. And, I mean, I think worst case, like a really small part like this with a raft, it'd be fine. Like, I don't think that would have any noticeable warping. And yeah, I've also heard that nylon is very moisture sensitive, but I have a better system for keeping my filament dry now, so I'm not too worried about that. I have dry boxes for storing the filament, and I have a dehydrator for drying it out before I use it. Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked into doing nylon without a heated bed. My impression is that it would be difficult, maybe possible though, for small parts. But I don't know. I'd probably try either glue stick or painter's tape and use a raft. It looks like we're almost at the halfway point, or maybe just past it. I don't know if you saw, I put down some glue stick here. That actually was not to stick it, that was actually to act as a release. Because otherwise, flexible filaments on PEI will tend to stick too much. Yeah, this printer does not have a heated bed, and I've thought for a while about like doing a DIY heated bed upgrade, but it hasn't really been worthwhile so far. And there was an official heated bed upgrade, but it was so expensive. Like, this was not a cheap printer to begin with, and it like sucks having to buy expensive replacement parts for it. And they made a heated bed kit that was like $1,000. Like, that's more than so many printers, right? So I don't know who they expected to buy that. But, I mean, this printer is made out of pretty standard parts. It runs off of a ramps board and a beagle bone. So I was thinking I would just use one of the extra outputs and hook up a solid-state relay and maybe one of those like little silicone patch heaters that you can get from McMaster-Carr. I just haven't gotten around to doing that. I had had like a interim solution where I put a foot warmer pad, like a foot warming mat, right under the heated bed, and it just gave it a very gentle heat, which was enough to help with PLA when it was cold in here. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking. The heated bed kit from Type A was just ridiculous. They were really trying to be the like Bay Area Ultimaker, and I think they just totally failed at that. Yeah, it's really frustrating how bad Type A seems to have failed. They really wanted to be just this reliable manufacturing object, but I mean, I feel like the hot end and the linear slides on this printer are awesome. And pretty much everything else is not great. Yeah, I'm hoping my ribbon cables don't wear out too fast, because that's probably the next part to wear out. And like I said, this company does not exist anymore. So I'm on my own. Oh, thank you, Spur Gears. David chimes in with the name for a not helical gear, which I had forgotten. I'm gonna go refill this. I'll be right back. Like, there's a lot of like really, really suboptimal mechanical design in these winches. Like plenty of places where there is not really any way to make the rotating surfaces extremely concentric, and so you're going to get some wobble. And it's designed for that not to matter hugely, but it's not pretty. Oh yeah, and then I don't know if Liam Gomez is still here, but they were wondering what's going on here. In case I haven't answered that, I am repairing a winch bot and hanging out and chatting. So the main thing I'm trying to get done on this stream is repairing one of the winchy robots that move my camera around. I actually haven't shown any of that on this stream, have I? I'm remiss in giving out background info. So this is the pile of winch that I am currently replacing the motor in. The motor itself is fine, but the gearbox is shot, and currently the only way I have of replacing it, or replacing that gear, is to replace the whole motor. So one of the winches is right behind that monitor, which you can't see. Another wrench. Another winch. So those are the three that are still in good working order. Each of these winches, you might also hear me call them spool pigs, because they look a little bit like pigs, and they're kind of cute, and they have a spool inside. But yeah, they have a cord coming out the top, which goes to a pulley and then down to the robot. They have a power cord and a network cord. And then I think you're also seeing a paracord there that's just wrapped around the structure for safety, so that in case the wall mount bracket falls, it doesn't come tumbling down. Yeah, and then behind there is where the other winch goes. But it sounds like Tuco is climbing something. Oh, he's eating. That's cool. Anyway, that's the camera. there's the camera watching Tuco eat. Oh, and I think a lot of folks don't, it's not really obvious like why the robot is so tall, because, you know, it's very vertical. It's got a bunch of sensors at the top, it's got a place for all the cords to anchor at the top, but then it's got all this electronic-y stuff and some LEDs, and at the very bottom it's got the gimbal. And the main reason to do that is so that the camera can actually drop down below where all the cords reach, so that even if, you know, you can imagine there's like a floor where I don't want the robot to go any lower than that floor, or the cords will start tangling with furniture. And the level of that floor is defined by where the cords attach. So having the camera about a half a meter below that gives me about a half a meter where the camera can be lower than the tops of all the furniture, which seems to be really good for framing shots. So it's a little unwieldy to drive it around sometimes because it does tend to wobble, but it helps a lot with positioning the camera. A winchbot, watchbot, yeah, right. Just make several winchbots and have them all follow each other. Oh, cool. Hello, Australia. Oh, that's a good question, too. A couple of good questions, actually. Michaela in YouTube chat asks, what happened to the gearbox? Yeah, so the two winches had the same failure where that gear split in half, but they happened for different reasons. One of the winches had a problem where, well, so the cord can get tangled around the gearing. Let's see. So got the spool and the gearing on one side. If the cord gets really slack, then it can fall down and get tangled up into the gears. So that's what happened on one of the winches. The cord is not supposed to get that slack, but if momentarily things are bouncing around such that it is under the minimum force, the software is going to try not to make things worse, but it could still happen. So, you know, it's like a thing to avoid, but if I'm like debugging the software and something goes wrong, then it can get into that kind of situation where the cord is looser than it's supposed to be and it gets tangled. So that's what happened, and I didn't notice it, and the motor was pulling against that, and I think just having the motor pulling against all the gears like that was enough to break the gear on that first winch. And then the second one that broke, I don't think the motor itself was moving. I think it was actually the other winches pulling the robot back against that winch with more force than it was supposed to. And I think what was going on there is the robot was over there in that corner, kind of close to the pulley, and so that winch was experiencing a lot of force because it was holding almost all the weight of the robot, and it was pulling the cable really taut against the other winches. There is a maximum force where the software won't let you increase the tension on a winch if it's already over or close to 5 kilograms. But I think what happened is that the other 3 winches were still pulling and collectively overwhelmed this winch, which the software didn't actually have anything to prevent. Teach Tuco to watch the bot. I think he does that anyway. And then Moki is wondering what the orb thing was that I was working on. Yeah, it's an art project from a while ago. I found it really disappointing. It was one of these things where I put tons of effort into doing something that I thought was going to be really meaningful, but it never really came together. And it was just like way too many new untested things that I didn't really have time to debug or build properly, and it was just like way too much at once. So I was planning on it being this really interactive piece where it had all of these infrared sensors, and it would kind of have this light pattern that responds by almost like creating a shadow that points toward people that approach it. So the name of this art piece was Eclipse, because it would almost be like you're seeing this like orb of light in this room, and then you walk into it to approach it, and the light kind of pulls away from you and leaves you just seeing this silhouette of light, and then revealing like these intricate internal structures in the orb. And then there's like music, there's like 9 speakers above there, and I was going to do all this like positional audio stuff. It was just super complicated though. Like it includes like Raspberry Pis and fade candies and FPGAs and all sorts of custom circuit boards, and it was just like way too much stuff. It was just like way too much technology, and I didn't know what I was doing with the art, and I didn't really know how. I mean, I was hoping that the whole like museum art experience would be worthwhile, but it was actually pretty disappointing. So that's kind of the feeling that's tied up in it for me right now, which is why I keep thinking, well, maybe I can do something with that. Maybe I can harness that feeling and turn it into some kind of interesting story or narrative or something. Because if the art piece disappointed me so badly at the museum, at the original show, well, maybe I can take that experience and turn that into art somehow. And so I've been trying to figure out how that might work. Yeah, it's pretty weird. I was trying to put up this backdrop to get a clear photo of it, but then Tuco's, of course, modified it. Whoa, I have so much wire for this camera. Oh, I like it. I could just put this anywhere. I can plug it in. Here goes nothing. 45 watts. That seems normal. 46 watts. It has sound normally, but I think I might have the sound turned off by default right now. But it should come up with some lights in a sec. Oh, there it goes. I think I just have the volume turned down really low right now. Oh. I think that LED that I fixed at the beginning of the stream might not have been permanent. That's fine. I didn't really expect that to work. Hello, HDMI channels. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, I can just SSH into the art. Cool. Yeah. That isn't even my noise. That's coming from a different shop. Gosh, how do you reboot this? There we go. That's basically what it's supposed to do, or what it does. I mean, my original plans for it were different, but this is what it does now. Oh, no, that's cool. That's a good question from Algram asking about the power graphs. Yeah, so these come from a variety of sources. Some of these are UPSs, and some of these are HS110 smart switches / energy monitors. So for example, this is coming from the UPS that one of the servers is attached to. This is another UPS. That's another UPS. That's another UPS. That's an HS110. That's an HS110. Yeah, these are HS110s. So like, this for example is the desk I'm sitting at right now. What are these power spikes? Probably like the power supply over there and the tablet. In fact, if I turn off this power supply, let's see if this goes down. Yeah, I think that was that power supply right there. Oh, this is Tuco's heating pad cycling. That's funny. I could probably unplug it in this heat. It doesn't need much electricity to reach temperature now. Oh, hey, Tuco. This is mostly network infrastructure. This is network infrastructure and the 3D printer. So this is the 3D printer, most of what you're seeing. Yeah, lights. This is streaming right here. It's like, there's my stream starting a little bit late. What is that? That was probably waking up my Windows computer, but I don't know for sure. Oh yeah, that's I'm using all the CPU right now. That's the machine that's actually running the streams. I think I've got some scenes that are dropping frames. I need to debug that. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily recommend the HS110s. The reason I'm using those is I found a good deal on them a while ago. I found somebody that was selling, like, I think they were selling them for like $15 each or something, which seemed pretty alright for what they do. But yeah, I've been pretty happy with them. I don't necessarily trust the really small ones because I'm not sure if they can, like, dissipate enough heat properly, but probably want to actually look at what the current shunt they're using is. Oh, Tuk Tuk. Oh, that's cool. I just saw Piotr's comment about getting to show off the LED cube at a street fair. That's pretty neat. Yeah, I mean, working at events can certainly vary a lot depending on what the event is like. I've got some strange memories of taking art projects to events full of people who were completely not ready to get what I was doing. Like, where is the product? Where is the app? Where do I buy this? No, that's totally true. Andrew said that they'd like to see more smart sockets that only do energy monitoring and don't have the ability to accidentally turn stuff on or off. Yeah, I've certainly considered modifying some HS110s to bypass the relay and have only energy monitoring for that same reason. I think all the places I would have been using those, I ended up using UPS energy monitoring anyway. Oh yeah, that's a good question. Does Tuco like sitting on the bubble wrap? I think it's a little of each. I used to have a scratching pad sitting right there. I moved it elsewhere because I thought he wanted it elsewhere, but I should bring it back because he does like that spot. Do you want this? Can I put this under you? Oh gosh, I actually have a bunch of mail to open on the stream. Tuco does like the boxes. It's kind of hard to keep him out of stuff. Tuco, was that intentional? Do you want that back, honey? He just knocked a bolt off. I think he wanted to play, but I didn't see where it went. Yeah, I'll take a look at the mail. I've been putting this off because I think I've been a little bit overwhelmed by fans on occasion, but Tuco, what did you? Oh. My first problem here is I don't know which of these I've actually opened on stream yet. I think I looked at this already. But we'll take a look. Okay. I think this one might be the simplest. Let's start with the simplest. Make a little bit of room on the desk. Are we at manual focus here? Really hard to tell what it's focusing on without the on-screen display. That's better. It's definitely been better for my stress levels having more storage boxes with lids that close around Tuco. Freedom. Tuco, I mean, it's funny, like, I feel better having the Bluetooth locator on him when he's free to roam around, but it's very rare that I actually need to use it. Like, he's usually pretty easy to find. Gosh, I really like this guy. Pretty much my favorite thing is waking up with him next to me. I didn't sleep very well last night for various reasons. I think I was partly nervous about this, but also I woke up in the middle of the night with a bunch of mosquito bites, and so it was annoying because I wake up and I'm itching and I put some like anti-itch stuff on and try to get back to sleep. But Tuco is right there and he's just so great, and so I'll often like rearrange how I'm sleeping to just be closer to him. Like I'll just put my pillow next to wherever he happens to be sleeping on the bed. So I did that and I sat next to him. And I was trying not to wake him up, but I think at some point he woke up and he noticed the mosquito and he started trying to hunt it. He usually doesn't hunt mosquitoes, and he didn't actually catch this one, but it was nice that he at least tried. Oh gosh, yeah, Tuco found some. So Piot mentions a time a long time ago where Tuco went in a spot where he was pretty hard to get to. Yeah, there's some like weird crawl space areas in here. Because like I live in this pretty strange warehouse building that has been converted a bunch of different times to do different things, and there was just this weird little like tunnel that was plenty of space for a cat to fit through, where you could go from under the stairs in the kitchen kind of all the way behind the cabinets in the bathroom, and it didn't seem like a great place, but of course it was fun to explore. Yeah, so I know Tuco had been back there, because eventually I found one of Tuco's old collars back there, but he didn't get stuck back there. The thing that actually prompted me to board up that area was when I was taking care of these two other cats temporarily, and one of them had a problem with going back there, which didn't seem safe, so I ended up boarding it up. That was a long time ago. That cat situation was pretty difficult for everybody, I think. And like, if I had known what I know now, I either would have just stayed completely away from that entire situation, or I would have adopted the cats like permanently and not planned to give them back, because the person who was actually supposed to be taking care of those cats was really, really incompetent at it, and I feel really bad about how she was treating those cats. Oh gosh. Thomas says their cat got stuck in the air conditioning system by taking off a loose vent cover, fortunately during the winter. Gosh, yeah, that sounds hard. Emily says that her house had that hole in the laundry led to a hole in the bathroom. I'm showering one day and the door is closed and the cat pops out of the cabinet. Yup. Yeah, I definitely had a situation where you'd hear like meowing coming from the bathroom cabinets, And I'd have to get a screwdriver and take a panel out of the back of one of the closets, and then there's a cat. Not Tuco, this was one of the other cats, Cloud. Oh yeah, I'm aware of that, but that's a really good advice if you're having trouble with mosquitoes, to have a fan constantly blowing a little bit. Yeah, my understanding of that is that mosquitoes can't land when there's really any kind of airflow. They need really still air to be able to actually bite you. Yeah, that's my usual best defense against the mosquitoes, because I can't really keep them out of here. I don't have screens on all the windows, so it's kind of hard to keep them out entirely. I used to sleep under a mosquito net, and I might set that up again. That was at my previous place. I haven't actually had to use that here, but I found it again recently. Yeah, usually I just have a fan pointed. I think when I get bit, it's usually because the fan doesn't cover my whole body and I've got like a foot sticking out or something. This time it was my shoulder. Yeah, I think it was like over here. I had my shoulder sticking out and it was not covered by either the blanket or the fan. Oh my gosh. Carrick lost a snake in the air conditioner in an old house. That seems really scary. I hope the snake is okay. Oh. Oh, Tuco seems relaxed. Let me get closer. I'm getting a little bit tired of the art project's noise. Yeah, I'm gonna unplug the orb. So, Tuco. Can I buy a bunch of little spiders and plant them? For Tuco? I don't quite understand why I want a bunch of spiders. Oh, for the mosquitoes. Gosh, maybe. I mean, we have a non-zero number of spiders here, but it certainly seems like the mosquitoes have them outnumbered. Yeah, Tuco, it's funny, because like Tuco doesn't seem to mind mosquitoes. He pretty much ignores them unless they're like right nearby, but he will definitely hunt spiders. He is a very soft boy. Yeah, I think this is what he wanted. Because if I don't give him a comfortable spot to be next to wherever I am, he gets cranky. So I think that was his attempt to be on the comfortable pad on my desk. I just had moved the pad. Let's see how the printer's doing. Oh, nice. Looks like it's about 3/4 of the way done. I think this is the scene that's running out of CPU. I can see it lagging on my screen at least. Yeah, sideways cat loaf. I agree. Try to approximate an overhead view again. Okay. We got a package from Evan in Pittsburgh, and I think I know what's in this one, but I'll let it be a surprise for all of you. What do I want to open these with? Fingers. Oh, is there paper? Let's see if the paper is safe. Oh, this is great. So, this was something that Evan and I went in on together. We were both interested in these isopod pins, and so he got this set of pins and then sent one of them out to me, and we split the price because they're cute. So, yeah. Hi Micah, hope this finds you well. Here's your isopod pin finally, and a kind of locking pin backer to keep it safe. All the best to you and Tuco, and many thanks for all your work on projects and streaming. Well, thanks so much. I'm excited to have my little pin, and thanks so much for sending it. Whoa, it's got a little wrench too. Oh, that's great. That's what you mean by locking. That's pretty serious. I like it. Oh, this is great. So I could put it on my bag and not have to worry about it falling off. There's a little backer with a set screw, and then there's the pin. Let's get a closer look. Ah, isopod. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Little isopod pin. Oh yeah, I have not mentioned them on this stream yet, but if anyone is unaware, I have some pet isopods, which I live stream, which are kind of fun to watch. So yeah, can't actually see any isopods right now. It's most interesting at feeding time, because I usually put out these big chunks of, it's this product called Bug Burger, which is kind of a fun name, but I think it's mostly like rice bran and like some other kind of like protein powder or something. But yeah, it's like something they like a lot. It's a little bit like fish food, but in like a block form. So they hang out around that a lot when I'm feeding them, but right now I think they're all elsewhere. So I've got a live stream. I've also got some time lapses. So yeah, there's like a little short kind of video that introduces them and has some highlights. I've got some like plain time lapses, but then I've also got this kind of specialized time lapse. So it starts out going really fast, but then there's like a less fast version, and these are all done with this type of time lapse where it's trying to keep the amount of motion in each frame roughly constant, or at least over a minimum. So you can kind of see that it like speeds up when they aren't moving much, or when the motion is really small. And then you can seek pretty quickly, thanks to HLS. And there's also kind of a weird generative sound thing going on in the background. Yeah, that. So I've been recording videos still. I've got the video that I need to make more of these month-long isopod compilations. I got a little bit hung up on this because the program that I wrote hastily to do the video processing was starting to crash on my desktop, and I couldn't tell whether it was a software or a hardware problem. It looked like maybe my GPU was having issues. I've been using that GPU for editing and occasionally running other like 3D applications, and it hasn't had problems though, so my suspicion is that maybe my hardware is fine and it's more like a driver bug. So I still need to look at that more. But yeah, these are the iSpod friends. Oh, and thanks so much for passing along this pen. Or pin, not pen. It's completely different things. Well, yeah. Oh, thanks so much. I have to put this in my bag and lock it on with this awesome little... This is pretty cool. I've never seen one of these, but... It's hard to get in focus. Let me see if I can stick this. So yeah, it's got a little set screw, a little wrench. Very cool. Oh, thank you so much. Sweet. Tuco also eats plastic bags, so I'm gonna have to keep this away from him for a sec. Let's see what the 3D printer's doing. Getting there. Oh, nice. Dab of clear nail polish on the set screw. That does sound pretty sturdy. Yeah, that's cool, because I usually would not put pins on my bag because I would worry about them coming off, but I might actually do that here, because that seems pretty sturdy. Yeah, so we've almost got a gear, looks like. Okay, okay, so then I think we already looked at this. I just wanted to make sure. This was from Ryan. This was about the Siftio streams, and let's see. Yeah, I think we already went through this, but just I'll give it a quick read. So this is from Ryan, who says, "Hey Micah, I wanted to reach out about the Siftio streams you did. First off, thanks for doing them. I at least found them interesting. I've been lucky enough to pick up a few of the version 2 cubes, and with them I have a few questions if you have some time. I've also got a few topics related to them that I would personally be interested in. So then the questions are the open source GitHub Thundercracker build with macOS 10.14 and Xcode. They're having some trouble. Yeah, I think we talked about this a little bit. They were trying to get it to compile using a different C++ standard library than the one it was originally built for. And I don't know that this is going to be a really straightforward change. I feel like my, like if you just want to get it working quickly, the easiest thing to do would probably be to use the same version of the compiler that it's intended to work with. But if you want to try to port it forward to the more recent toolchain, I don't actually know what specific failures are hitting, but it might depend on those. So yeah, we'd have to look closer at that. So my motivation to learn some new things, I enjoy learning new things, and this has just gotten my interest in being able to make something. To build some kind of fun little game or two in this pursuit while gaining some skills that'll improve me, to find some ways to integrate them with homebrew board games. Yeah, homebrew board games. I don't know if anybody else, oh gosh, what is that called? Board game, or tabletop simulator. It's pretty fun, and it's like a way to play board games online or live stream them or play them with friends. And it's like a lot of the kind of thing that I think the creators of the Siftio cubes were imagining them being useful for. So it almost feels like my Siftio emulator always just should have been a plugin for tabletop emulator. Yeah, yeah, so they want to create a die roller to see how the interfaces can be manipulated, or try to build other things. And then they have some suggestions for streaming. They'd love to see a stream on building a Siftio Cube game, and look at maybe a simple variation of poker, or hearing some stories about life at Siftio, what it was like interacting with the small team. Yeah, what was fun about it, what made it stressful. The gold cube set is pretty sweet, and them still taking you on the trip seemed neat as well. Yeah, that was an interesting time for sure. Yeah, I think I talked about that a little bit when I read through this before, but I could go back there maybe. And then they're also wondering what I might change if I was designing something, similar to the Siftio cubes today. How large of a change it would be. Gosh, yeah. I mean, like so much of that design was just trying to squeeze as much performance as we could out of this really specific, really low end like price and performance point. And I mean, one of the things that we had trouble in that is it's just really hard to come up with a system where there's that little wiggle room in it, where you just don't have a lot of extra capacity. And I think that just made everything harder. Like, the graphics are harder, the programming's harder, it's harder to connect it with other devices. Like, everything is just more difficult. I don't know that we had a lot of other choices, though. Like, it really comes down to the problem where the whole point of Siftio cubes. So I don't know. I've got some here actually. If you're not familiar with this is a product that was like a little portable game system, and instead of having that's right, these are V1 cubes. Instead of having like one handheld device with one screen that you interact with, you'd have several handheld devices that all have screens and little computers and batteries, and you'd play games by manipulating these physically and sticking them next to each other and moving them around on the table. And so it's an interesting experience and really cool. It's also just fundamentally hard to make it cost effective, because instead of, it's like you're selling one product, but the parts that go into it are a lot like 3 or 4 products, because you've got 3 cubes, you've got a base station, you've got, in this case, the first version of this product, the games were actually written in Python or C#, and they would run on your laptop. And there's a USB dongle that uses your laptop to communicate with these as kind of remote screens. So I didn't actually work on this. They built this completely before I started working at Siftio. And this was maybe the 2nd or 3rd revision of the product in total. This is the first commercial one, but this was based on like an MIT product or MIT project that got popular via TED Talks and stuff. And like there were a couple of versions of that, but this was the first commercial version. I worked on the successor to this, which was intended to try to make it cost effective enough that people would buy it, and it wasn't entirely successful. Because the problem with the first version is it was expensive and it required a laptop. I think the kit was like $250 for the 3 cubes and the base station. So, it's like you could buy an Xbox for that, right? And most people would rather had an Xbox. So we needed something that was more compelling, like you wouldn't have to let your kid borrow the laptop. You could just let them have this one toy. So it needed to be self-contained. It needed to be less expensive. So we were trying to have a self-contained toy that could sell for $99. And we didn't quite make it to that price point. I think we were aiming for that price point all along for the engineering. And I think at the last minute they decided that they couldn't actually afford that, and we ended up having to sell it for like $120. But it was still a lot less than the first generation. So less money, less materials, more capability, and we just had to make up that gap with software. It was like all about the software just doing way more than it did in the first revision. So it was a lot of work. We definitely could have saved some time by just putting a higher power microprocessor in there, but then we would have needed more batteries. We would have needed, we would have either needed, like, power was really the limitation here. one of the biggest cost drivers in the first gen product was the LiPo battery. The battery itself and the charging contacts and the charging base station, all of that was way more expensive than a AAA battery. So, and the AAA kind of sets your form factor. It means you can't really make the cubes that much smaller, and if you want more battery power, you have to make the cube significantly bigger if you want to fit a AA in. So you're really limited by the power because you need to get like basically all-day gameplay was our target off of a AAA battery, like a rechargeable AAA, a single rechargeable AAA. So you can't run like an ARM application processor with a heat sink off of that, right? It needs to be something really small. Your power budget goes pretty much entirely to the radio and the backlight. So we really had to optimize for that. And in order to keep the parts count down and just keep everything as simple as possible, I ended up coming up with what was a pretty off-the-wall idea to just connect the microcontroller, the LCD, and some flash memory together on a shared parallel bus, and then use the same system on chip that you kind of get for free in the radio to actually move graphics between the flash and the LCD. And that ended up being fast enough to do a lot of like real-time 2D graphics. So I don't know if I would do anything different, because like that was a really unconventional architecture, which was really just trying to do everything we could to make that like tiny machine actually fun. The simpler thing, like we already did the simpler thing. The V1 cubes were much more straightforward. Like the V2 cubes, the ones that sold for $120 or whatever, there were like tens of kilobytes of handwritten assembly language and just all sorts of custom compression mechanisms and just like special tools to bake assets ahead of time and to do static analysis on the firmware. Just like a whole bunch of work to go through to make it as efficient at runtime as possible. But in the first gen cubes, we didn't, I mean, not me, but like the team that was there working on those, they didn't do that. It was much more straightforward, much more like time to market optimized, which makes a lot of sense. It was low frame rate and high cost. And if you were doing that again today, I mean, you'd have similar power constraints. You'd have similar constraints around the availability of low-cost LCD screens. Like it might be easier to get small square OLEDs now, but they're still going to be high power. Like power was still a problem for the OLEDs. Cost was a bigger problem, but power is a problem. I don't know, man. It's just like a hard product space to be in right now. I'm not sure that it's possible to make something like a Siftio Cube that's actually is like a commercially viable product right now. But maybe. I mean, I haven't really taken a close look at the parts since then. Certainly memory's a lot cheaper. Graphics accelerators are a lot cheaper. I just don't know about power and screens. I think those are still the things I'd have the biggest questions about. And I know like LiPo batteries themselves are probably cheaper now, but I don't think the LiPo battery itself was actually the most expensive part of having the LiPo. Like the mechanical parts for the charging dock were actually surprisingly expensive. The gold-plated connections were surprisingly expensive, stuff like that. Like the charging dock, like you needed, what, like 24 gold contacts for the charging dock in the product? And they're like a significant fraction of $1 each, if I understand it. So, yeah, I forget what that was, but I think it added up to like several dollars just for the contacts. So stuff like that. And then, you know, whatever battery you get, even if it's an inexpensive battery, you're selling 3 of them in the kit. So Yeah, and then so there's some other interesting comments. So then Piotr's saying that the AR system from Tilt 5 is kind of an interesting product in this space. Yeah, it seems like that's like one way of having a similar experience where you're manipulating physical objects, but the physical objects can have like virtual stuff on them, like you can project stuff on top of your physical manipulatives, so that seems useful. Transmissive 8-color screens. That's interesting. I vaguely remember those. You got to remember though that a lot of these products that would have had like fancy screens, those were custom screens that they could get by being a high volume product. And Siftio was never in that position. We always had to use off-the-shelf LCDs. There were a bunch of other things we looked at though. There were these interesting products from Sharp, memory LCDs that are really low power, really high contrast, pretty fast, grayscale I think. But yeah, I don't think those exist in color. And that was our biggest problem with those, because I think we decided we probably couldn't have a viable product if it was grayscale. Hey Tuco. Meow. Cat butt. Yeah, we can certainly talk about Siftio some more. I feel like I've already mostly covered this note, but can certainly talk about that some more if folks have questions. Oh, okay, well, I think those were the two packages that were easy for me. Then I have a bunch of stuff from Dale. So, I don't know, I find it overwhelming when people send me large amounts of stuff, so I'm having trouble with this, but let's try. What do I already have? Okay, so I got a recommendation for a book about writing down your feelings. That's cool. And I think I read this note already. Yeah, this was from early May, so I think this was from before. Which like has a bunch of suggestions for how I should stream. I mean, I don't know. I just find this overwhelming. Like I know Dale, you mean well. I just find this really overwhelming, and be like, don't be afraid of people. Don't be afraid of talking to them. It doesn't work like that. My brain is not your brain. So, I mean, yeah, I think I already read this. I think there are two packages here from Dale that I have not opened yet. Just make sure this doesn't have anything private. There's a cash donation. There's $20. Thank you. This is... I don't understand what's going on here. This is a printout of an Amazon ad for an NVIDIA Tesla K80 for $13.89. But then there's a note that you can get these used for $450. I think that's still more than I've paid for any of the GPUs I have here. I don't think I need a GPU that's quite that beefy here for anything, but I'm glad that I'm glad that the used market for them isn't too bad. And then there's a picture of a fishing reel. Wow, this is like it's like a little mystery in an envelope here. Okay. So I've got a printout of a fishing reel with a note that says use braided line. Has the ability to output 40 pounds of drag. Is this for Tuco Flyer? I'm not really sure how this helps, but that's a thing. Oh, and then a different motor. Ah, $250 each. Ah, oh gosh. Oh, okay, that's why this note suggests that they'd like to see Grainger be a show sponsor. So this is a Grainger ad for this motor that's $250. Oh my gosh. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why I need this. This is also AC/DC. Phew. This would imply a somewhat different traction design, wouldn't it? Like either like some kind of homemade or commercial motor inverter. Because this is a little higher voltage than most of the H bridges I would have, huh? I mean, you could use like a triac, but then you're kind of stuck with pretty coarse control. So I don't know, this is an interesting puzzle I've just received in the mail. All right, thank you, and thanks for the health insurance money. I've got another package from Dale here also, which seems to be a thicker object. This is the one Tuco was sitting on earlier. This is boxy. Oh, wow. It's a note. There's apparently more money, and also a note that these cards showed up at a thrift store and they had my name on them. I'm not sure if Dale means this literally or figuratively. Enjoy sending the separate cards or gift the whole box to a friend. Well, that could be useful. I haven't had like nice cards in a while. Okay, I think you're right. I see what you mean. It says, I could pee on this and other poems by cats. 16 note cards and envelopes by Francesco Marciuliano. Some sentiments can only be articulated by a cat. Oh, shiny cat. Congratulations. Remember that time I ran back and forth for 20 minutes? Consider that your parade. I think there are 4 designs here. Oh, you're a sweet one. Thinking of you. Sometimes, when I'm lying on your bed, I glance over to you and think, that person looks familiar. I think I know that look. Although usually Tuco accompanies it with the slow blink, so I think that's all right. Oh, is that my camera overheating? I don't know if it was overheating or just turning off because it felt like it. Thank you. You are my most favorite person, and not just because you don't let me go outside, so I haven't met any other people. Ouch. Tuco's met plenty of other people. I mean, I think Tuco likes other people, but I think he and I still have a special spot for each other in our hearts. Happy birthday. In honor of your birthday, I'm finally getting off your favorite sweater in a little while. I think the rest of these are envelopes. Yeah. Oh, that's cute. Thank you. I think I will find some folks to send these to. I definitely have a lot of cat folks in my life. I mean, not that I have a lot of people in my life, but I try to hang out with people who like cats. Oh, cool. Thank you, Dale. I appreciate the money and the cards and the notes. I try not to let all the social stuff overwhelm me, but it probably will. Just, I'll try to deal with that, though. Well, I bet our print might be done. Oh, it's so close. Yeah, the cards are really good. I appreciate them. I'm gonna refill my coffee and take a quick restroom break, but let this camera cool off for a bit and let you look at the printer for a minute. BRB. Don't have anything milk-like to doctor up my coffee with. I do kind of want to at least make a video of that orb project so I can put it on my portfolio before I destroy it. And I think I've got most of the footage I need for that, but you know, it's like there's a point of no return there. Anyway, it looks like our gear is done. I'm gonna go grab that. I don't even know if I need to add any more new lube, because there's so much lube on the other gear that I might put a little bit on. It's just this lube is very effective. A little bit of it goes a long way. Oh, and diode zone's actually idle now, so that's what we're hearing. It's not bad. It looks pretty idle. It's just my usual level of background noise right now. Gosh, I do need a better way of recording low noise audio. Deburring tool to give this a little chamfer. So this is what we're making. So thicker side on the bottom, thinner side on the top, and gear pointing left. Oh, I did not just blow that in my coffee, did I? I think it missed. Plastic. Cool. So there's this kind of spline shape that just holds the actual gear tread onto this hub. And that's just so that I could have a nice rigid internal hub while also allowing the tread to be a little bit soft for noise. Gosh, you know, I still need to make a better mount for my isopod microscope, because I'm still using my Panavice to hold it. So I kind of miss my vise. And it seems silly to like have a pan of ice just for holding my ice pod microscope. That snaps satisfyingly, and thank goodness I seem to have put it together correctly. Looks like the right orientation. So that goes onto the motor. I think this needs a hammer. These screws also really have to be as tight as you want them to be, because there's no tightening these screws after you put this on. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, don't over tighten. So. I need something to support this, and then I need to bang it in. Be right back. This desk is really not strong enough for this, but I don't want to move the whole thing to the floor right now. Okay, I don't want to push it too far in, so I should start checking the depth. It's got a ways to go. It does kind of seem like the semi-flex material is yellowed a little bit. But like as far as I can tell, it hasn't gotten brittle, but the color has definitely changed. See if we can get a closer view of that. Because I think this is the same material, it's just one has been in storage in a dry box and the other has been like in the sunlight. I mean, it might also be exposure to the lubricant, but I think it's probably more likely it's the sunlight. Okay. That's pretty much in place. Like, yeah. Well, okay. Like, it might be nice to test this a little bit, but I think we're mostly down to reassembly. It'll be easier to test this if I unthread this cord so it doesn't tangle as soon as I turn the motor on. This is tangled on everything. How did it? Oh, hey, this is a little bit random, but if anybody knows where I could find archives of electronics magazines from the 90s, then hit me up. I'm looking for a specific article. I don't even know which magazine or exactly when, but I suspect it's from EDN in the vicinity of 1995. This is for the video I'm working on. It's not like the main thing the video is about, but one of the things that I want the video to be about is like what is Charlie plexing. And so I don't want this to be like the cheesy answer, like, oh, it's this thing that Charlie invented and here's how it works. I want to tell the real story of what Charlie plexing is and where it came from. And I've got a bunch of that put together, but I mean, the TLDR version is that, you know, Charlie didn't come up with it independently, or rather he did, but he's not the only one who came up with it independently, because it's a relatively obvious thing to people who have like certain parts available and, you know, certain kinds of knowledge. Hey, Took Took. And you can kind of trace all the earlier designs that would have been Charlie plexing if the technology was different, and just see like, oh, LEDs happened here, and then people started multiplexing LEDs, and then you started having like tri-state buffers, and then people started using the tri-state buffers, and you started needing, you know, to limit the pins on the package, and you can compare this with other kinds of multiplexing. But yeah, as far as I'm aware, the magazine that I'm looking for has not been digitized, so I'm mostly looking for analog archives, but if you have digital archives that aren't on like archive.org or Google, then I'd be curious about those too. I don't think it would have been an Elector, but that's an interesting thing to know about. I need to untie this knot. Oh, Tuco is just sitting and he's... Aw, gosh, Tuco, you're so pretty. Oh, my memory card's full. Okay, this is pretty cool. Oh, where can you send a link? You can send it in the chat, like right where you are, and I can get it there. Unless you don't want to share it with the rest of chat. If you want to send me something privately, you can DM me on any of the social networks, except for the ones I'm not on. Worse than USB. How many times can I flip the SD card before it's in right? I don't know what I'm going to do with that roller. It's super loose, but it doesn't seem like a problem because it's got a nylon nut, a nylon lock nut, so it's not just going to walk off. I'm not sure if I made it that loose on purpose. So this thing on the top is sensors. So it's got a force sensor and an encoder that measures distance traveled. And the other rollers are just for keeping the rope positioned against the pieces that matter. Whisper on Twitch. How do I forgot you could DM on Twitch. Okay, got it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if that'll have what I'm looking for, but I appreciate the info nonetheless. Okay. I'm gonna try to gently run the motor. I think last time I was working on this, I had the vise to hold this part. Okay, we do not want 24 volts for this. Power supply is booting. All right. I don't know which direction this is going to be. Wrong way. Apparently, positive voltage, the way the motor's labeled, is unspooling. wires in place. Oh, the bottom of that roller interferes with the bottom of the spool if I don't put them in just right. That could have been better. There we go. Gosh, it's tempting to go ahead and put the bolts in, but I think I'm just going to hold it like this and try turning on the power. Okay. That is pulling up. I'm just going to let it spool up a bunch of this cord to get it out of the way. Fingers are getting warm. Okay. Not the best winding, but that'll do just to keep this out of the way. Okay. I think we're fine. I think I can just assemble this now. I think the next thing to do is to just put these big bolts back in. Okay. I think these are the same. So I didn't have bolts that were the right size, so these are actually threaded shafts Loctited onto nuts, but it's like a bolt. I think these are M8 size, if I remember right. Tuco's watching me put this back together. I can't actually press the bolt with this tool as I'm putting it in, which is really annoying. Maybe if I put, I think I might have just got it, but I was going to try putting something in the back of the socket, but that was it. Okay. Those are the sensor wires. I can worry about soldering the motor wire later. That's not critical right now. I think the next step now is to put the blue thing on around the motor. What a good cat. I'm already tired of this. Tired of looking at this winch. This thing's terrible. Ugh. Man. It's also got to be a good sign that my brother's wife was trying to make small talk and asked if I thought the moon landing was real. Great. Which I find especially funny because my brother is an aerospace engineer, so this person literally married a rocket scientist and doesn't even know how to ask like basic "is science real" kind of questions in their relationship, which just doesn't seem like a good sign, but I already knew things were bad. Okay, there's a wire stuck in there, but this is almost there. Motor wire. Okay. Yeah, I think the next thing to do is... Gosh, this is actually easier to work on without the motor wire disconnected, because I think it was shorter than all the others. I think the other wires all hinge at the front pretty nicely. So eventually these halves connect to each other, but first the halves connect to the motor mount. I should have 6 of these. It's still recording. These screws are very cursed. Definitely did not design this mount with the entire robot in mind. This was originally a smaller piece that I then kind of built around prototyping. Oh. I think there are a couple of these where I ended up having to use slightly longer screws than I originally planned because the nuts did not sit exactly where they were supposed to. I've got one that's actually biting on the nut. I think I've got one where it's not quite long enough. And then getting it out is tough. You have to kind of apply some torque to get it to get the threads to press against the side of the hole so that it kind of threads itself out as you turn it. Very annoying. Because it's not supposed to be fitting tightly in the plastic. It's supposed to be a clear, like a nice clearance hole in the plastic, and then there's a nut in there. But I think the nut is slightly too far back. Or maybe I just used the wrong size screw. I could explain it too. I do have plenty of these M3 screws at least. Oh yeah, good question. The board next to the meter. That's a Nemato-Opsis HDMI to USB. I was using this on the last stream trying to get some video capture. So 6 of these really annoying screws, and then a few more less annoying screws, and the blue parts will be on. I don't know why I had 2 different lengths of screw. I think I might trade a few of these for the longer ones. These look like M3 by 8s, and I think I want M3 by 12. Down to my grab bag of random M3 hardware. Oh yeah, the trains. I bet there's actually some train schedules I could find. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of information about what kinds of vehicles are on those tracks. I was like walking last weekend, I think, and saw some folks on a pedestrian bridge near here with like cameras and binoculars and notepads. They were doing some kind of train photography project. Why is that not tightening? Trying to take this screw out so I can maybe put a longer one in. What is going on? what's going on with that screw. I'm gonna try a different one. That one might have a loose nut. I think these were all places where the nut was supposed to be captured by the plastic on the other side, but the plastic was a little bit oversized, so I ended up having to glue the nuts in. And I don't think the placement was perfect. Okay, I think I've got 5 of these 6 tightened. Oh, this one seems loose also. Maybe 4 of 6. That screw head is slightly stripped, but I think it's tight enough. The 2 middle ones feel like the nut is loose, which is not great. Oh, they're definitely loose. I think I can push the nut in from the other side though. Ugh, that's not what I wanted. I think I used E6000 instead of epoxy for this, and that wasn't actually strong enough. Did you just overheat? Let's try not recording for a minute. The nuts are, I might be able to show you, they're kind of like poking out, and it's risking rubbing against the gear. Risking rubbing against the gear is not quite it. It was actually touching the gear already on that side. I might put even longer screws in. I don't know. I don't know if that's necessary. Oh, I think this is long enough. Ah, yeah. That's it. I can't tighten it that much because the nut is not securely attached, but it's tight enough that it's not going to go anywhere by itself, I don't think. That's just not even though. Ah. That's better. Okay, it's not great, but I think it's good enough. Oh gosh, this roller is stiff. Why is this roller so stiff? Yeah, it's really stiff. That's not great. I don't really want to backtrack and debug the roller, but that might be a problem. These rollers are fine. That roller's fine. These rollers are fine. This one is stiff. I don't think I can take that off without taking this apart again. I don't think it's going to work like that. I think we do need to backtrack. Gah. Maybe I can get those nuts further down. This is really one of my least favorite parts of this design. There's a lot of warts in this design, but this is pretty bad. The mechanical design for this would have been a lot simpler if I didn't care at all about the overall size or the center of gravity. But both of those things actually mattered a lot. If the overall size is too big, then I can't make an enclosure easily. If I can't make an enclosure, it's hard to keep Tuco out of it. These are the worst places to put screws. They're the worst. Yeah, when I designed this part, I did not know what shape the entire robot was going to be. I just knew that this needed to be where... I mean, I knew that it was, like, roughly the orientation, right? Like, a lot of this thing was just built around the spool and the motor going where they had to go, because otherwise they wouldn't fit. And I'm pretty happy with how compact it is, especially for something that doesn't really have any custom parts other than 3D printed pieces. Did somebody already suggest trying to make a winch bot out of a juice arrow? I don't know if those are still expensive or if you can find them dirt cheap at the moment. Sorry, this isn't a great angle. This would definitely be better if I had my camera arm. Alright. Oh, this roller is terrible. This is so silly how the roller and the spool are interfering with each other. Just barely. I think there's just glue residue in this bearing or something. There's a question about whether I'm trying to reanimate the cat. No, he's quite good at animating himself. This hardware even come from? This bearing is definitely full of glue. I might just replace this bearing. I don't even know what size bolt this is, though. This is... I wonder if I built this one using a part that is not on the CAD model, because this doesn't look like what I put in all the other winches. This was my first winch, so I might have done something weird when I assembled it. I definitely didn't glue this bearing in on all the others. Oh, there we go. think it's some combination of glue residue and grease. Oh, that's so bad. So, yeah, I guess I should look for replacement hardware for this. This might also be a good stopping point because I don't actually know where my spares are for this. I know I have spare parts for this. Possible they're in this box. Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, I've got spare DC converters in here. That's cool. Oh, and a spare 24-volt power supply. Yeah. There's a couple of places where I use 24 volts in this project. The motors are 24 volts, but those run off these big 24 volt supplies. The little 24 volt supplies are for the flyer bot, because it is not nearly as high power as the winches, of course, but I use 24 volts to decrease the voltage drop across its long wire. And then I used a bunch of those same DC converters, so I got them in bulk. Gosh. So I could replace these bearings, I could just like really clean them well. There's glue all over them, and then I think there's also just like some overly thick lubricant in here. The glue peels off though, so I'm not as worried about that. E6000 is like if hot glue, instead of being made of thermoplastic, was made of cancer. I don't even know what size this is. I assume it's Imperial. I don't actually know where my Imperial wrenches are off the top of my head. Oh. These? No, these are metric. Are these Imperial? Oh, this one fits. It's not labeled. This and a crescent wrench should do it though. How is the time slot for anyone who managed to make it? Because I would like to schedule streams again. Like now that I'm completely in charge of the schedule for this shop, it might be easier. It certainly feels easier for me to do streams on the weekend now that, because my roommate has like a Monday, Friday, 9 to 5 kind of job. Well, not 9 to 5. It's one of those jobs where it's theoretically 40 hours a week, but actually everyone works like 100 because they don't know how to say no. But yeah, they would usually be like home and trying to relax on the weekends, and so like trying to work then was kind of harder. Okay, so I've got a spacer on the bearing. Got this 3D printed piece. which looks like I took it to a belt sander at some point. This also seems to be threaded rather than having a clearance hole. I don't know what's up with this screw size. I just want to take these bearings off at least. Okay, so there's my inexplicably threaded object. Doesn't seem to be too dirty. It's got a little bit of like kind of gunge on it, but nothing sticky. Okay. Got a bunch more of these bearing spacers too. I don't know why I only have one spacer. Seems like I need at least two. And then the bearings themselves are just really, really gross. I'm gonna pick at this for just a minute, but I might just replace the bearings. Ah, they're just really greasy and covered in E6000. So, you're probably wondering why there's glue on this in the first place. I think I put the glue on previously because there was a different problem that was causing the bearing to wobble, and so the glue kept it from wobbling. And it didn't seem to be a problem until I had to take it apart and put it back together. And then the glue got somewhere it shouldn't have. It's not in the bearing though, I think it's just stuck between the shield and the inner and outer races. Like E6000 pulls off in one piece pretty easily. I don't know if there's any kind of sensible solvent to remove it, but mechanical means seem alright. I really don't want to get this in my coffee. Cool, I like the schedule feedback. Thanks. Got one comment that the weekend streams are nice, and one comment that the schedule doesn't matter so much because they have a weird schedule too. I can relate. It would be interesting to make a winch like this out of metal with like a lathe, but that would be a much bigger project and would require a lot of tools I don't have and don't have access to. I used to have access to this shared tool workshop called Tech Shop back when that was a thing, but there's a bunch of reasons why that's not a thing anymore. And even when I had access to that, it was kind of not amazing. Like, the metal shop was kind of nice because it wasn't as popular, so I could go in there and do some welding or whatever. But the most popular tool was the laser cutters, and they were always booked. Like, you had to reserve the laser cutters ahead of time, and the schedule was always just super full. Okay, I've got one of these bearings pretty clean. It's still got some kind of thick oil in it, but I'm not as worried about that. Ow. My fingernails are not as strong as they used to be. Ugh. What should I soak these bearings in if I wanted to strip off some of this oil? I don't have any ethanol here. I've got isopropanol. I don't have pure acetone either. I just have nail polish remover. I don't think the glue on the outside of the bearing was an issue. It was just the glue on the sides. I just still don't understand how my brother is more religious and more conservative than my parents even. Yeah, so I've got this one brother who's younger, and I feel like he was always this disappointment in my life. Like, I was hoping I would have like a sibling that I could hang out with, maybe like a friend or something. But at first they were just always like too young, too naive, too, like reliant on everything else. And then it just seemed like that never changed. And he kept finding different things to like put his faith in that weren't sensible at all. I think that's all the external E6000. Those feel a lot better, but still not perfect. This one feels actually pretty good. This one spins a bit and then stops. This one's a bit more gungy. Yeah, like usually the role my brother and I would have is that, like I would try to assert my independence in some way, usually because like my mom was overstepping boundaries in some way, and then she and I would get into a fight, and then my brother would be so conflict averse that he just wanted to stop the fight, but he didn't actually understand what anybody was arguing about, and he was always just like on my mom's side by default. So it didn't really matter what we were arguing about or any of that. He just always wanted me to stop. And mom always just expected things to be the way she wanted them to be all the time. And she didn't really want kids. I think she just really should have had a pet. She wanted something she could control, and that wasn't really good for anyone. There's a really weird pattern on the inside of this bearing that I'm having trouble figuring out. Maybe that's just how these were manufactured. Can we get this under the microscope? So that inner diameter of the bearing is super rough. I don't know why it's like that. I assume that's just from manufacturing. I don't know how I would have done that. It's possible I just want to replace this bearing. I don't know. This one is better, but not that much. Actually, yeah, this is very similar. I'm gonna assume that's just related to the precision at which these were manufactured, which is to say not very much. Casting error and a hairline crack? Yeah, quite possibly. Well, let me see if I can find more bearings. Just, I don't know if we want to use these or not still. I think these are more of the same. Yeah, I wonder if I should soak these in alcohol for a bit just to decrease the amount of thick grease there is. So here's two, which I think are the same brand and the same size, straight out of the package. Looks pretty similar. I think that's just the parting line in the mold, maybe. And then they just really roughly bored this out to the diameter. It's pretty rough. Makes me feel a little better about using these without precision axles. But yeah, it's pretty thick in there. Alright, well maybe we'll just try using... So I'm going to take these two bearings that I took out and just put them aside. They're probably alright, I just don't want to use them right here, right now. And let's just put in some fresh bearings. Oh, here it is. I think I've also got a bunch more spacers. Oh yeah, lots of spacers. Okay. So bolt, spacer, bearing, spacer. And plasticky thing. Aw. Yeah, the cat is really cute, I agree. No complaints there. Okay. That seems fine. Let's put another spacer. I'm gonna use a fresh spacer too. This one looks a little worn. I don't know why the spacer has so much wear on it. It's not a good sign. Spacer, bearing, spacer, nut. Okay. Good. Doesn't need to be over tightened, but snug. Let's just try putting that in. There's still a little E6000 residue in the holes, which is not bad. Like, that'll provide some cushioning. I think I needed to put the other end first. Wow. Yeah. Oh. The roller is too tall if I use both of those spacers. Why? Why? That's not great. That's why I didn't have as many spacers on before. Okay, I think it's safe to omit this spacer. Which means taking this whole thing apart again. Really wearing out these nylon nuts. Gosh, it's tempting to shave off a little bit of this plastic piece to make room for the spacer. Drop that spacer. And put it back together. I feel like I probably did this with a power drill last time. But then I'd have to go hunting for the right imperial hex bits for my power drill. Darek suggests rolling it along my arm. Yeah, I think I get what you mean, but it's not, this isn't loose enough to where that would work. I need a little bit more torque than that. Okay, I think that works. Can I put this on now? Okay. Still spinning freely. It's hard to tell if I have enough clearance, but I think I do. I think I'm gonna try putting the bolts in. I don't remember having this problem with the other winches. I forget whether I changed the design or whether I just maybe didn't use spacers. Well, it's a little stiff. I think that's mostly grease, though. Ooh. Don't want to lean this on the load cell. Okay. I don't like the way that roller feels, but I don't think it's actually a problem. I think that's just the grease. Let's just try pressing ahead. I'm deciding whether I want to try testing this before I assemble it more. It's kind of hard to test in its current state, though. I might just reassemble it. I don't think that'll be bad. I think that's probably about par for the course with this roller. All right. As usual, I usually wish this thing would work better, but it's working as well as it does. the screws that are buried next to the motor. Okay, what is up with this screw? Some of these screws slip really easily in this driver. I think that one's just stripped. I'm gonna replace it as soon as I can get it out. I don't know. I don't know if that was stripped. Oh, it feels really hopeless to get this part on camera properly. Oh gosh, all these nuts just... You know what? I did actually epoxy these on the other winches. I think this one I used E6000 to hold the nuts on, and I realized at some point that that was not working, but I could epoxy those in place. I would need to take the spool back out and then do the epoxy and then leave that to set for a while. Do I have a lab power supply? Yes, I have a lab power supply. Yeah, this is probably the best chance I'm gonna get to epoxy those bolts in, so I might, maybe we'll change the plan here. I'm also like running out of steam for finishing this whole project on one stream, so I think we will have to finish this separately. Maybe what I'll try to do here before I end this for today is to just get those bolts gluing in. So for that, I'm gonna take these off again, then take the spool out. I'm also not totally confident that I want to leave the roller like it is, or try to degrease the bearings slightly. You're asking me about a lab supply for robotics. 50 volts, 5 amps is like pretty beefy for a lab supply. That's like that's like pretty big. But that said, like if you're doing robotics, robot stuff often will just be so power hungry that you wouldn't necessarily want to use a nice lab supply to run it. You know, it really depends on what you're doing and how much money you have. If money is no object and you just want the best stuff, then yeah, like sure, go get a lab supply that can run your entire robot. But I think a lot of folks would find themselves having a lab supply that can't necessarily run a bunch of traction motors, and then they'd just use a separate power supply for that part. I definitely do find it helpful having a supply that can go above 24 volts for this project. But before I had this power supply, yeah, I just had to use different power supplies if I wanted more than 15 volts. I'm not going to put this whole thing on my non-existent 3D printed heater bed, but that is a good idea. Okay, so we finally exposed the nuts that are a problem. I can give you a better view. Oh, these terrible things, right? So I think what I did on the other winches, which has been working way better, is I put some screws in place temporarily just so that I wouldn't fill any place with epoxy that wasn't supposed to be filled. And then I would just, around that entire thing, I would just glop in some epoxy with a syringe. I think I want to get the E6000 off at least, and then put fresh nuts in here in case these are stripped. Guess I could have been doing this while we 3D printed the gear if I had been thinking I had enough. Definitely something in this robot is making my hands itch. I think it's the lubricant. Oh yeah, square nuts are great. I did actually get some square nuts eventually. I just did not design this project using them. But yeah, square nuts are cool. They definitely solve this problem. So I designed this a long time ago. I've learned a lot of things since I designed it. Just FYI, I know that I would not necessarily make it the exact same way if I were doing it again. Little rubber cement boogers made of E6000. Like, there's probably a bunch of lube and stuff on here too, because this is all right next to the gearing. I think I'm mostly going to be relying on the epoxy curing into a nice hexagonal shape, rather than the epoxy bonding super well with the surfaces. Okay, I'm gonna chuck these nuts and get 6 fresh nuts. See, I've got some square ones right here. They're just not what I designed this plastic part for. Oh, I've got two different kinds of square nuts too. Some are more square than the others. For some reason, these are a little more rounded. These are regular M3. These M3 nuts almost fit through the holes in the power supply, but not quite. Oh. Oh no. Am I out of M3 nuts? I thought I had a bunch here, but these are actually not filed right. A lot of these are M2.5. Had a random M3 grab bag around here somewhere that might have some nuts in it. Gosh, well maybe this is the stopping point for the stream. Maybe I need to order more M3 nuts. And tidy a bunch of this stuff as usual. Oh, here they are. Underneath this whole thing. Oh! Oh, I do have M3 nuts. These were also filed incorrectly. Okay, past me already thought about this. And then a different past me forgot about it again. Yes, these holes are for M3. Yay, I'm not out of M3 nuts. That would have been embarrassing. Oops. These nuts, indeed. Oh, the next hurdle here is, do I have epoxy that's not expired? This is the thing that I was trying to do blind without sufficient hold down. There we go. So I just want to park that nut as close to the bottom of the hole as I can. This would be so much easier to work on if everything came apart in a sensible way. Okay, I think that's at the bottom, but it's starting to spin. I'm glad we're working on this winch. As annoying as it is, it'll be nice to have it working again. This motor is very magnetic. It keeps pulling my tool. Keeps getting stuck in the wires. Once I epoxy these nuts in, it should be much better. I think I did this on all the other winches. I think this is the only winch that doesn't have these nuts epoxied in. These nuts. All the best pigs have 6 nuts. At least 6. How many nuts did I put in this project? I'm sure I could count them in the CAD pretty easily. I didn't ever make up a proper bill of materials because this was all kind of prototypey. Yeah, see you later. Thanks for sending me the isopod pin. It was quite cool. And the locking back too, so it won't fall off my bag. Oh, I'm getting more lube all over my hand. Okay. Let's find some epoxy. Okay, I need a really quick restroom break, but I'll come back with some epoxy and a glue syringe and something to mix it in. getting to the hot part of the day for sure. Um, oh, I think this stuff might still be good. I have a bunch of really good little mixing sticks, which I'm totally spacing on the location of now. Okay, fine. This isn't great, but I'll just use part of a Q-tip. Okay, this is 1-to-1, right? This is a little bit old. I don't want this mound of epoxy to be too tall or it'll rub against the gear once I get the gear back in. Worst case, after I take off the screw, if I need to, I can just trim the epoxy with some cutters or something. The air bubbles in this are kind of annoying. Oh, sorry. Alright, well I think that's pretty much it for today's stream. I'll let that set, and after the epoxy is mostly set, I'll back out the screws and just leave it to set the rest of the way. And then this thing should be a bit easier to reassemble. Alright. Oh, here's that loop. It's in the same chemical storage bucket. Yeah, silicone and Teflon. Probably just put a tiny bit of this on the new gear. This stuff is really powerful lubricant. I don't think I need much at all. Okay. Cool. Well, thanks so much for stopping by, everyone. Special thanks to everyone who shows up and tells their friends about the show and sends in parts to work on, sends in donations to help me pay the shop rent and health insurance. Yeah, thanks so much. I always, like, I feel like it's kind of hard always to balance, you know, making things for different audiences, and sometimes, like, the space that we have here on the live streams feels really different from all the other spaces we have. But I really appreciate this, both for the ability we have to do stuff that shows up elsewhere and just for the space by itself. I think it's pretty great, and it was nice having a bit of a break from that, but it's definitely something I enjoy, and so I'll be back soon. I'll try to actually even set up a real schedule for these streams. The weekend stream seems nice, and now that I don't have a roommate, it's a little easier to do those, so maybe I'll try to do the Saturday stream plus like during the week, like Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday kind of thing. So yeah, I'll keep folks posted, and let me know what you think, what kinds of time slots work better for you, and what things you like and what things you don't like. Give you one last little look at Tuco here before the camera overheats again. Probably should figure out a strategy for keeping this camera cool. Then again, it is kind of a hotter than usual day here. I would pet him so much, but I have chemicals on my hands that I should wash before petting him. Alright, thanks everyone. Special thanks to my patrons and everybody who keeps this show running by sending in stuff and sending in donations. Couldn't do this without you, and I, as always, just want to know, you know, what I can do to make this a good experience for everyone. And I'll try not to be overwhelmed. Alright, happy hacking everyone. See you next time. That was my phone. Whoa, and thanks for the YouTube donation. $10 from CRC 1337. Thanks, everyone. See you next time.